Oh boy. Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
Did you hear what I said?
Huh? It's a house!
Did you hear what I said?
Huh? It's a house!
That's so funny what just happened. I've done it before, but on this, when you're using StreamYard, you have to hit go live twice. So I literally, I hit the button, but on YouTube you just hit it once when you're using OBS Studio, generally. And I mean, I guess you do two on the other one, but it's just more right in front of your face, so you click on it. And I did the show for like 6 minutes. And then I was sitting there going, wow, there's only 50 people here. And I go, usually, I was like, wait, when the show starts, there's usually 100 and something right as it's loading up. But man, there was 60, and then it went to 53 and 52, and then I was like, okay, I'm not doing this. And I was just about ready to like just end the stream, but then I looked up there and it said, go live. Because I was just going to come back on later and see if it worked. But isn't that crazy? I don't know if the dogs are moving. I think they're frozen there. It's on though. I don't know. Let me try to. Let's see if I can. Oh, I don't think it's. Hold on. No, that was. Are they moving around? No, he's not moving his head. No, let me try it again. I don't know. Maybe that was the last one. It seemed like they were moving around earlier, but I'll have to go ahead and check it later. I thought that was pretty funny, though. Oh, yeah, and then I went to today to the pharmacy, and they said, yeah, it'll pick it up after 12:30. So I go to the pharmacy, and all the cages are down and everything, and but I walked over there, and I could see people in there, and I said, hey, what time do you guys open back up? And the lady the pharmacist in there, just an absolute biatch. She goes, yeah, it opens up at 1:30, just like all the signs say. There's plenty of signs out there that say 1:30. You know, there's a whole bunch of signs that say 1:30. You know, she said it like 5 times, and I go, well, they're not really that visible. Although I think I say the same thing when people come in and go, hey, what are you talking about tonight? And I say, hey, it's right there in the title. Okay, anyways, so later when I go back at 1:30, I go in there and I'm waiting in line, and I get up there and I was talking to the person, the lady, not the pharmacist, but just the one that helps, like the tech or whatever. And she goes, well, it's not really ready yet. And I go, well, let me just say something. When you have somebody coming up and they ask you what time you're open, it's really rude for the pharmacist over there to just keep saying, yeah, it's on the wall, it's right there, we posted it everywhere, when it's actually hidden behind a display over there, and then it's not even out in front of anybody, it's inside the cage on the booths in there. And then after they and then the lady goes, yeah, it is, it's right. And then the pharmacy jumps in from way over there and goes, no, it's on that, and it's listed everywhere. And I go, I don't give a and I said the F word, and she goes, oh, how dare you, oh, Oh man, I can't believe you're talking like that. I gotta call security. Oh my God. And then the security guy shows up. And I walk over there and I talk to him. And I go, this lady's a lunatic. She's a nut job. You wait and see what, I don't know. It was just the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I just, this lady should never be in any position to do that kind of work. She is horrendous. You know? My God, that was incredible. Wow. And I just said, I even said, I go, you know, you're a lunatic, you know that? And people go, Gray, do you talk like that to people? Look at, if somebody acts like that, I will say it right to your face. I don't give a shit. You know, and then the security guy came up, and he's just sort of pretending he's doing something else. And I walk up, I go, listen, dude, this is how it went. Whatever she just told you is crap. Okay? Anyways, let's see. It was just unbelievable, really. I mean, you wouldn't have believed it if you had seen it. You know? Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman, right out of the gate there. All right, so let's take a look at this case right here. After my incredible day today, it was... Man. Whew, wow. Let me go down here. Yeah, so this is in Ohio as well. It's right here on this cul-de-sac. And believe it or not, they even have a street view, even though this looks like pretty much a brand new neighborhood. I mean, you should have just seen that person. I mean, it was just... Oh, man. I don't even know how to explain it. You know? She just went off the rails in there. I go, well, you should apologize to me for how you acted earlier when I asked if you guys are open or not. None of your signs are, like, just readily visible. Why don't you just put it right in front of the line there? And she's like, they're over there, they're over there. Oh, don't talk to us like that. Don't talk to us. Oh. It was like one of these woke sort of Karens types. You know what I mean? That just sort of was just going to keep whining and escalating it on her own without anything going on. I mean, it was wild, man. Yeah. Yeah, they all closed it, I guess, but, you know, they didn't tell me that either when I... All right, so here we go. An Ohio community is mourning the loss of a volleyball coach and former teacher who was killed in an apparent home invasion early Monday, authorities said, which is right here. Let's see. Tip City. So this is in Tip City, Ohio. School identified Ashley Flynn, 37, in a statement Monday afternoon saying she served as the 7th grade volleyball coach at Tippecanoe Middle School and was a dedicated substitute teacher. She previously worked as a full-time teacher in the district. She was known for her beautiful smile, etc. Police responded at around 2:31 a.m. to a home on, it looks like, what is it? I don't know if this is related. No, it's different. Police responded around 2:31 a.m. to a home on reports of a burglary in progress involving a resident who had been shot. Officers arrived and made contact with Flynn's husband and 2 children who were inside the home. Flynn was pronounced dead at the scene, according to the Tip City Police. The Tip Police Chief told WHIO the shooting appeared to be a burglary gone wrong and that there were signs of forced entry. Officers established a perimeter and used police canine units and a drone to search for suspects, but none were located. Yeah, so somehow somebody got into this house, at least that's what's being said, but then police put something out saying that the community is not in danger, that this place was specifically targeted. So it makes me wonder. And by the way, the husband was once on American Idol You know, and like in 2013 or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it makes you kind of wonder if it's, you know, domestic of some sort, you know. An autopsy was conducted Tuesday morning for a Christian Ohio mother of two. I'm not sure why you say Christian. What does that have to do with anything in the story? Who was found dead inside her home as investigators continue to pursue what authorities describe as a complex homicide investigation. The Tip City Police Department confirmed that an autopsy was performed on 37-year-old Ashley Flynn. Results are pending, and investigators are actively following up on information and evidence obtained during the autopsy process. The substitute teacher was found dead early Monday. I mean, this is just yesterday, or 2 days ago, I mean. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Karen. I take my compliment to you about your nice hair back. What is wrong with you? Are you, like, mentally ill? I don't even understand what you're saying or anything. I didn't even know you complimented it, and I really don't care if you... Weird. What's funny about that, though? Like, what's the joke? I'm trying to figure out what the joke is. Yeah, I mean, don't you like my hair? I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I have hair. It's just not as thick as it used to be. Oh, okay, that part. Okay, did she comment on that? Okay. But I said, well, you know the Karens I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see her. How would you even know that that's what she was referring to? At all. She hasn't commented other than that comment. How would you even get that? I don't get it at all, but anyways, can you guys please help support the channel tonight? We're, again, sort of starting off, struggling again, so if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be fantastic. As you know, my channel relies on the people watching for the support, and we, you know, this month so far, we've already donated $1,500, and yes, my channel makes an income, etc. And there you go. All right, there you go. How do you like that, Karen? Doesn't that feel good? She likes your hair without your hat. That doesn't make any sense, Regina. That's not what she said. What's going on? We already have one of these shows where it's, you know, derailed by stupid comments in the chat and just people don't understand even what somebody else said, and then we keep talking about it. Jesus, let me just try to get through something with intelligent conversation going on. Wouldn't that be nice? Whew, wow. Anyways, the substitute teacher was found dead early morning after officers responded at about 2:30 a.m. to a reported burglary in progress in the family's suburban neighborhood in Tip City, Ohio. Police previously said she had been shot. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Wild Bill Lossman, you have a challenge? What is it? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we could use those. I don't know. Yesterday was just a really long day, and it was very average, you know. In Tuesday's update, authorities said investigators worked late into the night securing the scene and returning in the morning to continue collecting and identifying additional evidence. Following the early morning burglary, authorities met with Flynn's husband, 39-year-old Caleb Flynn, and the couple's 2 children inside the residence. The department said it's utilizing all available staff and resources and is working in collaboration with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, the Miami County Sheriff's Office, the Miami County Prosecutor's Office, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are also providing investigative support. Well, there's Wild Bill Wassman again, you guys. He's trying for another challenge. If 5 memberships are gifted, he'll donate 5 himself. Authorities, and thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Authorities acknowledged ongoing public concern about whether a suspect had been identified, sharing that investigators are continuing to review tips, process evidence, and examine possible motives. As of Tuesday afternoon, no suspects had been identified by police. Flynn was a substitute teacher. I mean, this is the picture of both of them together there. Apparently, he was on a America's Got Talent or something like that. And it's in this house here. Now, I did go out. I think it was yesterday, and I went to Broadcastify and found the audio of, the dispatchers and whatnot. Ohio community is mourning the loss of a volleyball coach. Things like that one looks like that first. That last one we looked at before that. Let's see what this one is. Did anybody see Wild Bill Wassman's challenge up there? Looks like you guys missed it. He said he'll donate 5 memberships if we get 5 individually gifted memberships by other people. Yeah, American Idol, yeah. Jeff just looked it up. He wasn't aware of it prior. He just looked it up. All right, let's see. The FBI is, instead of just waiting for the show, they have to go out and look it up. The FBI is joining state authorities to investigate the murder of an Ohio mother and teacher, police confirmed. Tip City Chief of Police Greg Adkins confirmed to Fox News Digital that the FBI and local police, including the Miami County Sheriff's Office and the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, are assisting in the homicide investigation. Flynn, a Christian mom of 2. I wonder why they keep saying that. I mean, what does that have a... I mean, it's great and everything. It's just... Volleyball coach. According to the police, 37-year-old was found dead following a reported burglary at her home. When officers arrived, they met with Flynn's husband and 2 children. Yeah, that one's similar to that other article. Let's see what this one is. We got just a few... Husband starred on American Idol. That's it right there. Would have came out in a minute. The FBI is among agencies assisting with the investigation into an early Monday shooting that devastated a Tip City family. Ashley Flynn, 37, was found dead in her home in the 900 block of Cunningham Court. Yeah. And let's keep going here. I think this one here might be the latest one. Hopefully we can see it. Oh yeah, did I figure out? Yeah, so I read in one of the articles that that they say that the community isn't in danger. I hate these pages where, if you go there once, you can read it, but then you can't read it afterwards. You should always save it to a Word document or something like that. But let's listen to the audio here. We just need 2 more of those up there.
Going to be at 932 Cunningham Court. Someone broke into the RP's house. Unknown if they're still there. Garage door is open. RP and juvenile daughter are locked in a bedroom.
Hey, Indiana, Edward Charles Boy 728. Edward Charles Boy 728, Indiana.
303, 311. Just a correction, the juveniles are going to be in their own rooms asleep currently.
Yeah, so they weren't huddled up or anything. They were in their rooms asleep. And apparently she was shot twice, like almost like the classic double tap, just ding ding. I don't know. It's weird. I mean, is this somebody that didn't like her and broke in, or just seems so strange to do a home invasion in the middle of the night, but only the mom gets killed. Don't you find that just weird in general?
There was apparently a female shot in the head. Is not responding currently.
Tip City Medic 31, Tip City Engine 32, Tip City Car 32, Medical, Priority 1, Trauma, 932 Cunningham Court, Cross Street of Manchester Drive, C34.
Stage squad at upper room church, please.
Dispatch to Tip City Medic 31.
These are just the clips that I could
Good.
find.
Dispatch.
We have officers arriving on scene. They're requesting that you stage at the upper room church.
Thanks, Allie Cake.
You're clear. We'll be staging at the church. West Fairfield Road and Beaverview. Go ahead. Signal 13.
Dispatch from Engine 32.
Go ahead.
We are also en route. We're going to stage with Medic 31.
You're clear 238.
Pod is en route. They're not staged yet. Are they good to respond in?
Yes, one person only.
It's in, I think it was like Tip City, Ohio, on Monday. There was a home invasion in this house right here. They're saying, anyways. And there's a husband. Husband was on American Idol, as Jeff said. And the kids are, there's a husband and two kids and the mother. And the mother is the only one that got injured. And she got shot twice and killed by apparently an intruder. And it looked like there was signs of forced entry. But, I don't know. That's just such crazy circumstances. Did anybody else see or hear anything? Did the husband see the guy? The kids were apparently, first they said the kids were in a room, and then they said, oh, wait, they're actually sleeping. How'd that happen? Yeah, let's play it.
It's going to be at 932 Cunningham Court.
That's what this is.
Someone broke into the RP's house. Unknown if they're...
Hey, guys, we need one more gifted channel memberships to reach Wild Bill Wassman's goal tonight. Is there any chance we could get somebody to do that? Thank you.
They're still there. Garage door is open. RP and juvenile daughter are locked in a bedroom.
The Indiana, Edward Charles Boy 728. Edward Charles Boy 728, Indiana.
303, 311. Just a correction, the juveniles are going to be in their own rooms asleep currently.
Mm-hmm.
There was apparently a female shot in the head.
Right, and she was
Is
shot
not
twice.
responding currently.
Hey, thanks, Jeff
Tip
H.
City Medic 31, Tip City Engine 32, Tip City
Thanks, Jeff H. and G-Money.
Car 32, Medical, Priority 1, Trauma, 932 Cunningham Court, Cross Street of Manchester Drive, C34.
And that's just a new challenge. The next
Stage
time,
squad
Cat. There isn't one extra.
Upper room church, please.
Let us just do our show the way
Dispatch
we
to
do it.
Tip City Medic 31.
Yeah, let's see.
Good. Dispatch.
We have officers arriving on scene. They're requesting that you stage at the upper room church.
Thanks.
You're
Wild
clear.
Bill
We'll be
Wassman.
staging at the church. West Fairfield Road and Beaverview. Go ahead. Signal 13.
Dispatch from Engine 32.
Go ahead.
We are also en route. We're going to stage with Medic 31.
You're clear 238.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Audit en route. They're not staged yet. Are they good at responding?
And the police said today, they said they're not worried about another attack in the neighborhood, that it was isolated towards this home. Well, then it's like, okay, so they know it's either somebody targeted her specifically, and originally they said it was a home invasion robbery gone bad, but then that doesn't make sense to make that statement, so now it seems like they're just carefully wording it because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it has a domestic feel to it, but, I don't have any other information other than she was shot twice, once in the head, and it seems like almost like a classic double tap type thing. I mean, all she was a volleyball coach or whatever the hell it was, just a substitute teacher, So we've seen cases like this before.
Yes, one
And I'll be going over to Nancy Guthrie's case in a minute. I just wanted to get you familiar with the new one that's going on.
person only.
That's clear. 238.
For the sergeant on scene, go ahead and respond in, advising just one person only, one personnel only. Medic 31's clear on that request.
239.
I mean, you know what sucks is people have been showing up to the show, and because we're not talking about Nancy Guthrie right this second, they just bail. Why don't you try to have a little bit of, like, open your horizons a little bit. You don't have to just jump right to the next video that's about it. Like, hang out for a minute. Learn something new.
60, you can add me to pitch code on 3.
All units on Cunningham, check out.
Ridiculous.
Pick with 230. 238, copy on a disturbance. Pick with 230. 238, just information. The RP said the male usually carries a knife or a gun.
Yeah, the guy in the house normally carries... Oh, hold on a second.
Disturbance. Pick with 230. 238, just information. The RP said the male usually carries a knife or a gun.
I think they're talking about this house. I mean, I think. It just seems like it.
243.
Maybe it was a different call, but it seemed like it was related to this one. So they're saying that the husband normally carries a knife or a gun. So now we know he has a gun.
244.
Of course, he wouldn't be that stupid if he did do something to use...
You know, can you
319.
contact Detective Ministry response, please?
Well, but he wouldn't use his own gun to do that. That'd be absolutely idiotic.
244. $319. There are no dogs working for OSP or Huber currently.
You're clear, thank you.
245.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, I mean, the main part is at the beginning. Where
Going to be at 932 Cunningham Court. Someone broke into the RP's house. Unknown if they're still there. Garage door is
yeah, it's the same voice that said later the RP normally has a knife and a gun, right? It's the same voice that said that.
open.
Why?
RP
Why does he normally carry a knife and a gun? That's
and juvenile daughter are locked in a bedroom.
And a minute later they say, well, they were asleep.
Hey, Indiana, Edward Charles Boy 728. Edward Charles Boy 728, Indiana.
303, 311. Just a correction, the juveniles are going to be in their own rooms asleep currently. There was apparently a female shot in the head. Is not responding currently.
Tip City Medic 31, Tip City Engine 32, Tip City Car 32, Medical, Priority 1, Trauma, 932 Cunningham Port.
All right, anyways, that's the That's the situation currently. But law enforcement said that they don't believe the community is in danger, and that would be absolutely something you wouldn't say if there was just a home invasion robbery where the person killed somebody. You would absolutely say, although we do see cases where the cops say that crap. They'll just say that. So anyways, that's what we got on that. So we'll just keep waiting for updates on that. If anybody else gets any updates, that'd be cool. Let's see. Everybody that knew. Okay, neighbors. Hilly shot. Yeah, so there's no. I can't find the article earlier that said that. I think it was. Oh, maybe it's in here. Hold on. I think I did save it. Let's do it. Maybe I did that technique. Let's see. Neighbors of the Tip City woman killed in an early morning home burglary expressed shock a day after the murder, questioning how this could happen in their community. Everybody that knew her loved her. Neighbors also expressed concern and a need for vigilance. Tip City Police are continuing its investigation with the help of the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation in the deadly shooting involving Tip City middle school volleyball coach. I wonder, now you sort of wonder if there was anything going on at home. Ashley Flynn, 37, was found dead in her home in the 900 block of Cunningham Court, police said. Police have not said how she died or how many people were involved, but I also read she was shot twice. And now we know one was in the head because of that call. This investigation will take time as investigators continue to collect, process, and analyze all evidence. Let's see. Crews secured the home and established a perimeter. When they arrived, police found Flynn's husband and 2 children inside the home. Crews secured the home and established a perimeter. Investigators used police canines and drone to search the area for the suspects. They did not find any suspects during the search. Police contacted family members and the Miami County Witness Program to help support Flynn's husband and children. Multiple organizations and officials in the Tip City area shared their condolences and noted Flynn's impact in the community. The city manager and members of city council are deeply saddened. He asked that the community remain patient and avoid speculating. Yeah, anyways. They did say, I don't remember where I read it, but it did say that they think the community's safe and that it was like a targeted, isolated incident. Which kind of seems odd, to say the least. Anyways, this is the town. It's in Tip City. It's really... it's near Columbus. I mean, the Teppies are right over here, right? I mean, that's where the Teppy case happened. This one happened over here. It makes you sort of wonder if there's some slight commonality, sort of domestic kind of issue right there. So, all right, we'll be looking at that one later. Thank you, Leanne Bell. And Wild Bill Wassman and Jeffrey H. and G Money. My friends used to call me that when I played basketball. And there's for Mr. Crowley, Raven, Joel Burnt. Right there. Yeah, but it's weird. They seem like, the husband's there. I hope they don't come up with stuff like he was in a relationship with somebody else. And then that's the first thing you think of is that. That's just the way it is, No, it's iced tea. I'm not drinking root beer right now. Okay, well, we're going to switch over now to... the latest in the Nancy Guthrie saga. It's crazy out there. Yeah. I mean, that the sheriff has just been talking to everybody. He doesn't know Nancy Guthrie, so why does he... Does the sheriff personally shattered? Oh, God. Because it's this community, dipshit. I mean, look at... you know, the sheriff had nothing to do with it. See, we already got these idiots on Twitter saying that the sheriff is involved in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. Wow. You know, one of these days, one of these crazy, ridiculous theories that people have will probably end up being true, and then I'll have egg on my face, but I'll still feel good because 99.999% of the time, they are just absolute garbage. Every one of them. All right, so Brian Hinton put this one out right here. And I saw it on Fox News first. So when he says I've learned, that means he heard it on Fox News but isn't crediting them. I've learned polygraphs have been performed to clear people in the Nancy Guthrie case. And that's interesting, right? I mean, who are they polygraphing? Are they polygraphing the family again? Well, I thought you already cleared them if that's who you're polygraphing. Thanks, KB. I have been told by several in local law enforcement Nancy Guthrie's disappearance does not show any signs of cartel involvement. Right. But that doesn't mean whoever... And then why does he have to follow up with... But that doesn't mean whoever did this didn't take her to Mexico. Yeah, we know. We were talking about the cartel, though. And then there's a whole bunch of people yesterday reporting that... Oh, yeah, no, Harvey said that, right? That they think it could be a cartel. And then Megan Kelly's source said that... Oh, wait, I guess they're out there... They've checked with Mexican authorities to, you know, be on a lookout just in case. No, there it is right there. I mean, it says, I guess it's there. I've been told by several local law enforcement Nancy Guthrie's disappearance does not show any signs. However, a federal law enforcement source tells Libby Dean the FBI has contacted Mexican authorities in connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. Yeah, they're just saying, hey, you know, if you see somebody that looks like this. No, he didn't. What does that mean, new hires? It doesn't say that right here. He doesn't say it's for new hire. I've been told several local law enforcement Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Okay, right up here. I've learned polygraphs have been performed to clear people. That's what he said, Elena. I am reading. It's right here. So maybe down below. Yeah, it's not there. The federal law enforcement source tells Libby Dean the FBI has contacted Mexican authorities in connection with the... I don't see it. Yeah, you can't hear me because I was on the phone. My wife called and said she was coming home. She always calls right around the same time. So that's why you couldn't hear anything. Hey, Gray, do you believe the guy that says he knows kidnappers and wants $100K? Nah, I don't think so. Why is he getting a hold of TMZ? I think he's just sitting around with friends drinking beer, knowing they can't track the emails, and he's just, look at, they're talking about me again. That's what I think. Okay, if he came out with another report. I went to his site, though, and... Oh, yeah, so he... Okay, that was an hour ago. Okay, so he reported The polygraphs so when you say keep reading, that doesn't make any sense. I have a screenshot, Elena. Elena, go do something else. You're just so hyped up. It's just crazy. Every show it's the same. The polygraphs I'm reporting about were not today. Sheriff Nanos tells me the polygraphs today are for new hires. How does this even get out in the first place? Are they people sitting around waiting for the guy with the little square box to do the, oh my God, look at, looks like the guy's got a freaking lie detector test on him. They must be doing some. I mean, where does it come out that this is happening? It's ridiculous. What's bastard mean? You bastard. Yeah. So that's what Matt Finn said. He's a Fox News person. The only report that matters is Nancy Guthrie reading what she's not supposed to come across. What does that even mean? The only report that matters is Nancy Guthrie reading what she's not supposed to come across. What in the hell does that even mean? That doesn't even make any sense to me at all. If you could retype that in again, that would be fantastic. Right, but when he said it, Lisa, you thought it was another group of people being polygraphed. You didn't assume that, oh yeah, they're new hires. I guarantee you didn't do that. Obviously, we thought that they would have polygraphed some people before, but now they're polygraphing other people. So who knows? Maybe they re-polygraphed some. Maybe it was... Wowza! The only report that matters... reading what she's not supposed to come across. What does that even mean? It still doesn't make any sense. Her belief in Bible. It still doesn't make any sense, Shane. Makes no sense at all what you're typing in. We know all the Bryce production. Ray has been. I don't know. I think you know what? I don't have it on. I have it on top chat again. I'm missing names. There we go. Yeah, we know all that stuff, Bryce. Yeah. Apparently Nancy needs, hey everybody, guess what? Nancy apparently needs medication and hasn't taken it in 24 hours. It could be fatal. Wow, that's new information to all of us. So maybe the asshole took her for ransom and she ended up dying. Wow, yeah, nobody ever thought of that either. Wow, that's amazing. Good stuff. Let's see, I wonder if they are referring to... Some think it's about Epstein. No, hell no. What? There's nothing to do with Epstein files. There's none of that stuff has anything to do with anything, you guys. Hey, thanks, Tired Tina, for the gifted membership. Hey, let me ask you guys something. Do most of you just understand why I am the way... I mean, this is my personality anyways, but don't you just understand it? When you see the lunacy that goes on, you know? Hey, Gray, I heard there's a woman named Nancy Guthrie that was kidnapped. Have you covered it yet? How do I respond to that? You know, and sometimes, you know, here's the truth too. It might be one of you that say the thing at some point, right? But just don't take it personally, because this is just like, we always call it like Thanksgiving dinner in here. You know, when you're at the table, everybody's arguing, and then later you sit down and watch the football game, and nobody cares the next day. Nobody cares at all. That's just the way it is, all right? I just can't. I don't know how any of the other people that do YouTube deal with it. I don't think they read the chat that much. I try not to, you know. But wow, it is crazy. All right, let's see. Well, I think you try to do that stuff intentionally, Elena. Nancy, most important personal item, the Bible study. Okay, great. But let me just ask, hey, Shane, you know what you said up above? You said, let me go read your comment again. You said, the only report that matters in Nancy Guthrie's reading, that matters is Nancy Guthrie reading what she's not supposed to come across. And then somehow you said that that is her belief in the Bible. What does that sentence have anything to do with a Bible or anything? It's absolutely just mind-boggling where the connection to that statement has something to do with the Bible. What do you think about the Google? Yeah, I think it's complete garbage. And you know, I'm just disgusted with Fox News and all the morons that are doing the Google Trends phenomenon BS. Okay, it's just such garbage. It's almost mind-boggling. I'll show you in a minute. I actually have it. I looked into it again because it's never reproducible. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna just come back tomorrow or something. All right. That's not what I had to do. Hold on. Just we don't have time for you, Shane. Your comments are just really disruptive, and maybe try tomorrow. Maybe your brain will work better tomorrow. I'm not sure what's happening. If Nancy died unexpectedly from no medication and the asshole didn't intend for her to die, what would the charge be? It'd be murder. Felony murder. In the commission of a felony, she died, and it's the same damn thing. Thank God for that law. Gotta love that one. Hey, Gray, I went to a psychic today, and she told me Savannah's stepfather... Oh, jeez. You're kidding me, right? Bird brain, right? You mean you went to a psychic? Yeah, don't put the names in there. Yeah, anyways, you guys, if you guys could please help support the channel, we got to have a better night tonight than we had yesterday. So if you have the ability to, that would be fantastic. We need another challenge by somebody else so we can get the ball rolling. We're still just like at a quarter of just the minimum goal. Yeah, that's not Savannah's stepfather. Who? Yeah, I don't even read any of this stuff. I mean, I don't even know what they typed in. Yeah, Savannah. It's not. It's a brother-in-law is what that would be, not stepfather. Yeah, but it wasn't that funny, Bird Brain, because the way you worded it. It's just not funny. You put an actual person's name in the chat where we don't allow people to do that, and you know, it just, where was the humor value of it, I guess. Yeah, like I said before, if you go up to a house and you knock on the door, or let's say it's a psychic's house, and they say, "Who's there?" Well, you just turn around and leave because they should have known, right? They're a psychic. So you can always just weed right through it. Like if you show up and you knock and they go, "Hey, Gray, how's it going?" Wow. Okay, I might actually believe in it. But if they go, "Who's there?" You go, "Well, you should have known. You're a psychic, right?" All right, bye. See you later. See you next time, huh? Yeah, we're going to do call-in later this evening, after we get through the updates. All right, here's something that was on Megyn Kelly's show.
Now let's get to the sheriff of this Nancy Guthrie case. He's had to come out in the
case
past couple of days and say...
Dies. I spell that D-I-E-S.
Nothing to see here in terms of the family. And this gives us an opportunity to kind of go there.
Hey, thanks.
Some edges of the
Poor
internet
Mr.
and
Crowley.
some of the actions of the police themselves have raised some questions in and around the brother-in-law. I'll be very clear, I am not accusing him of anything, nor, of course,
Him. Hey, we can learn we can get some accents going if we just memorize the way
you. But it is interesting that they've
Spun dies, mate.
come out and said, family, nothing to see here.
Okay, let me actually read you what the sheriff has said. On Sunday, he spoke to the Daily Mail and said, nobody, this is a quote, nobody has been cleared as suspects.
I don't know what that means, Bengal Cat Chili. No idea what that means.
On Monday, he issued a press release saying the family, quote, has been
Oh, Jesus. Man, people are just making such
cleared
idiotic
as possible
comments tonight.
suspects.
It's embarrassing.
Tuesday, he issued another press release. The Guthrie family has not been identified as suspects, which is very different from has been cleared. Okay? I also have the Guthrie family has not been identified as suspects.
See, that is bad, right? He just cleared them yesterday, and now he's saying, well, they're not identified as suspects yet. Yeah.
Which is very different from has been cleared. Okay? I also have not been identified as a suspect, but I'm in absolutely no legal jeopardy on that case because I live in Connecticut. That's not the same situation for those who are actually a couple doors down from the mother or 2 miles away in the case of the Savannah's sister and brother-in-law. And I'm not saying that those two did anything whatsoever to Nancy Guthrie. But what I'll tell you is that the sheriff all along has said no one's been ruled out. No one's been ruled out. No one's been ruled out. And while he's been saying that, he towed the sister-in-law's car and impounded it into evidence. He sent, and so did the FBI, law enforcement agents to the sister and the brother-in-law's house.
See, here's the thing: is Ashley Banfield? She had her source, right? And after she told people what her source was saying, they were all over that house. The sister of Savannah, Annie's house. They were over there over and over and over again, taking pictures. They towed the car away, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously they were looking into something there. So I don't think people should give Ashley Banfield a hard time at all. In fact, when Megyn Kelly is talking here, she seemed to have a similar source. But hey, guys, we're having these lulls, massive lulls in here, yet again, 2 nights in a row. Can we try to get the support for the channel up? We're trying to get super chats, channel memberships, etc. All right? We just, we're at 1/4. I know I'm not on the scene with 70,000 people watching, but I need your guys' support regardless. So if you have the ability to, that would be great. Maybe somebody could do another challenge or do something. You got to try to make it.
Over and over and over, including in the middle of the night where they kept the lights out and took pictures at 10:30 a.m. and then again they went one other time
that
overnight.
Means they were looking for luminol or
why did they
Blue
do
Star.
all that? They didn't do all that at Nancy Guthrie's neighbor's home, and where Annie Guthrie and Tomas, her husband, live is not the crime scene. So why were they doing all of that investigative work inside of their home if they are not at least considering one or both of them as having had something to do with Nancy's disappearance? All this dovetails with what a reporter here, 20-year crime reporter, very well respected, Ashley Banfield, reported, which was on day 3 of the investigation, a senior law enforcement source who she said she trusts implicitly, has impeccable credentials, told her that Tomas, who is Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, or Savannah Guthrie's brother-in-law, may be the prime suspect. And when she got a storm raining down on her for reporting that, day after day after day, her source said, "You're on the target. Don't worry." Now, I had similar reporting that I offered based on my own sources, Paul. So I don't think Ashley Banfield is a nut. That doesn't mean that this guy did it, and it doesn't mean he's their only possible suspect. But her person said may be the prime, and mine basically said, feel free to stay on him. Okay? So that's where we were coming into this week with the sheriff having said over and over, no one's cleared, no one's cleared, no one's cleared. But be nice to the family. Don't be so mean, social media. Some of these people are victims. Now, the sheriff has a couple motivations. Let's say he actually does think the brother-in-law is a suspect. He wants him to continue cooperating with him. He does not want him to lawyer up. He does not want to have the man see him as an adversary. That's all very smart investigative police work. That's not my line of work. My line of work is to figure out what's going on and to report it to my audience. If law enforcement ever contacted me and said, I'm going to give you a tip, but I need you to keep this confidential for the integrity of the investigation, I would honor that. But that's not what this sheriff is doing.
It's not
He's
racism
saying,
to imitate
don't
an
be
accent.
so mean. Okay, sorry, we're the media, sir. This is a Wendy's, sir. We are mean. So that's where we were coming into this week with the sheriff having said over and over, no one's cleared, no one's cleared, no one's cleared. But be nice to the family. Don't be so mean, social media. Some of these people are victims. Now, the sheriff has a couple motivations. Let's say he actually does think the brother-in-law is a suspect. He wants him to continue cooperating with him. He does not want him to lawyer up. He does not want to have the man see him as an adversary. That's all very smart investigative police work. That's not my line of work. My line of work is to figure out what's going on and to report it to my audience. If law enforcement ever contacted me and said, I'm going to give you a tip, but I need you to keep this confidential for the integrity of the investigation, I would honor that. But that's not what this sheriff is doing. He's saying, don't be so mean. Okay, sorry, we're the media,
Thanks,
sir.
Jim Law.
This is a Wendy's, sir. We are mean. I don't. Whoever told you we weren't mean? Okay, that's what we get paid to do. We're not in the I want to be liked business. We're in the I want to report news business. So I don't know what the story is with the brother-in-law, or it isn't. But I know the sheriff, in a desperate plea to appease what I think is probably Savannah and her sister, came out on, first of all, he screwed up on Sunday. He said, no one's been ruled out. And then clearly had some pressure from the family. And on Monday said, the family's not suspects. They've been ruled out. And then the federal law enforcement didn't back that up. They were like, no comment, basically. And he came out the next day and said, well, they haven't been identified as suspects. So we don't know what the truth is at this point, but
somebody look up how long that one last comment, like when that account was created. Okay, the one right up there.
Want to report news business. So I don't know what the story is with the brother-in-law, or it isn't. But I know the sheriff, in a desperate plea to appease what I think is probably Savannah and her sister, came out on, first of all, he screwed up on Sunday. He said, no one's been ruled out. And then clearly had some pressure from the family. And on Monday said, the family's not suspects. They've been ruled out. And then the federal law enforcement didn't back that up. They were like, no comment, basically. And he came out the next day and said, well, they haven't been identified as suspects. So we don't know what the truth is at this point, but you don't, as the reporter covering this, or frankly, as the police, rule anybody out until you see handcuffs on somebody. And even then, you might have a few questions left.
And what about some of the media who just doesn't like when you get into the uncomfortable territory of where all of this leads? Chris Cuomo, who is, of course, a cable TV host in the US, formerly of CNN, he is all angry, kind of passive-aggressive about...
So I'm trying to learn. I want to try to get the perfect accent, so I'm trying to... Because I lived in Australia for 3 months when I was a kid. And I think it was okay after I left there, but, since then I suck. So I'm trying to listen to these guys. And when you imitate somebody's accent from Australia or anybody, it's not racist. You're just literally like trying to, oh, look, if you say it like this, I mean, it's just ridiculous, unbelievably idiotic comment.
What you are doing, which is following every lead.
Oh, it would be completely inappropriate for me to spend no time on the brother-in-law. He was the last person to see Nancy Guthrie. I mean, that we know of. Obviously, an abductor came into the house later that night. But he
didn't take her
was
from
the
Madeira.
person who had
Jesus.
Nancy at his house earlier in the evening. and says he dropped her back off at her house at 9:48 p.m. the night she disappeared. Obviously, we have to look at the brother-in-law. I'm sorry. And by the way, Paul, if you, God forbid, had a family member go missing, or I, God forbid, had this happen to us, I think both of us would say, speculate all you want about me, about my family. As long as you continue paying attention to the case and keeping it in the headlines, I'm fine. That the whole game, when you have a missing person, is to keep it in the news. And if what keeps it in the news is speculation about a family member, so be it. That's how I'd feel. But this guy, of course, was going to get scrutiny because he was the last person to see Nancy Guthrie alive that we know of, other than the abductor. And the sheriff is the one who told us that. The sheriff came out and said it was this guy, Tomas.
I know I'm not a huge fan of the sheriff, but I think a lot of people have been piling on him. So I think it's a useless conversation. There is nothing interesting about, like, there's no way to help. Thanks, Jenny figures it out. There's nothing at all to like help solve the case or figure something out by talking about how shitty the sheriff is. It's what people do when you've ran out of material. Okay, this part was interesting to me mainly just because of the Ashley Banfield stuff, and her source said the same thing.
Tomas, who drove her home on the night in question. Then people said, oh, the Tomas whose house you're searching overnight with the lights out? The Tomas whose car you appeared?
Yeah, so they were searching that house and right around there over and over and over and over and over again. So I don't think anybody should be on Ashley Banfield's case because her source told her that. That means at that time, they absolutely were looking into it because the investigation might have turned into something else. What she shouldn't have done was probably say his name, I would say. Like, you just say a close family member to one of the siblings, something like that, but to throw out the actual name, that's where you sort of get into a little bit of trouble. But you don't have to do, you just try to say a family member, something like that.
To have seized, or at least that of his wife, that guy. And the next thing we knew, the sheriff came out and said, well, family dropped her off. He'd already said that it was Tomas. And then when he was asked, why'd you switch it from Tomas to family? He said, oh, because people were just breathing too much heat down that guy's neck, so just to be nice. Well, what did you accomplish when you told us that?
Yeah, right.
If you tell us, it kind of So this guy is a hot mess on his mess.
Yeah, right, exactly. So he said it was Tomaso who dropped off Nancy. Then later he said it was family. And then I guess later he explained why he said that, because he didn't want heat on him. But now that he's cleared them, he probably feels like he can say that statement. So maybe that would answer your question, Megan.
Messaging, Paul. And of course, that only makes the media's hackles raise up more. And if Fredo Cuomo has a different reaction because he's a Fredo, he's more in the business of protecting the family. You know what I'm saying? He's not a truth searcher. That's his problem, not mine. But as I said on my show, the real problem with Fredo Cuomo is not that he has any objection to the way we cover crime or anything else on our show.
I just don't know what it matters, though. Unless you're some nut job out there who believes the sheriff is somehow involved in the crime, then it's not worth, you might say, oh, he sure handled that bad, and then move on. But to spend 45 minutes or a long period of time discussing the sheriff and his blunders is just a complete waste of time. It has nothing to do with anything. It's not related.
It's that we happen to be one of, if not the top show in conservative podcasting, and Fredo no Rado. Fredo is bitter because he can't get anybody to watch any loser program he associates himself with. And that
Fredo, that's the guy. Yeah. What's his name? Cuomo. Yeah. Let's see. There was also this video. I think it was another Fox News, their drone camera. These are the two guys that went into the house with the box or bag or something like that. But it was kind of interesting because it shows the door, way better shot of the door there, and it doesn't look like it's got any. I'm wondering if you know, the floodlights being broken there is why he said forced entry. You know, kind of like it just something's broken and there's a door. Maybe they just jimmied it open. I don't know. And that goes into the garage, I think. Unless there's like a secondary room that sort of does look like a garage, the cement there. And looks like they're going over to a vehicle in the garage, right? I mean, that's sort of interesting. I wonder what they're doing. Because they're heading left. And then, if you look at the map, I gotta go to the right place. Alright, you guys, if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. We're now about, not sure, an hour and 5 minutes in, and we're not even at a third of just a regular, normal night. Alright, let's see. So they're walking around right there. They just went in there, and then they headed kind of like this. And that's where the car would be, right in there, right? So maybe they were doing something related to her vehicle. Now, there's people out there that have theories about somebody doing something with that vehicle. Hey, look, there's Greg White again. My buddy. Thank you. So right here, that's probably where the vehicle was. You know, somebody emailed me, and he had a pretty good theory. It's an interesting one. And I don't know if they're going to call in, but maybe they can call in later again. But they were saying, so I called him on the phone because he said he had a theory. I've talked to him before. I generally don't agree with his theories. But this one seemed sort of interesting. Now, he was saying the Uber driver, I mean, just think about this for a second. It's actually pretty interesting. The Uber driver, there's probably some Uber drivers out there that when they drop people off, they're part of a different, like a crew, basically. But they're an Uber driver, and they know that certain people they drop off or pick up and take somewhere, and depending on what they learn in the drive over, you know, hey, so where are you going? Is your husband going to be joining us? Oh, I live alone. Okay, great, yeah. And then you drive over there, drop her off, and then you mention that to somebody else who might go over there, knowing there might not be somebody there, but his argument was basically based on that Nancy was supposed to stay overnight at Annie's house. Now, he said he heard that somewhere, but I haven't heard that once. Have you guys heard that? That she was supposed to spend the night, but then got a ride home. So she wasn't supposed to be there. Have you guys heard that at all? But I think it's a sort of an interesting thought, you know, that maybe the Uber driver, you know, just in general, it makes you kind of worried about, nervous about those people, right? Because think about it. They know that you're going somewhere, and all they have to do is tell somebody. Yeah, so I hadn't heard that either, and I told him he needs to send me something to prove that. But if, you know, somehow that is proof, then that would be an interesting theory. You know? I mean, not Uber, it was a... What do you mean there was no Uber? Yeah, there was an Uber driver. There was an Uber driver. You're incorrect. Sorry with you, Gone, with the kale. You're absolutely incorrect. God, isn't it weird when people show up and they're so ill-informed, but they try to act like they've got it all down? Yeah. Yeah, the Uber driver gave her a ride to the house. Okay? That was just his theory. I don't buy it. I just thought it was an interesting idea. Maybe criminals actually deploy that. And then his investigation would be to see if anybody else that Uber driver ever delivered or picked somebody up at eventually, if somebody else was robbed in the same, in his, what do you call it, itinerary. We know that the Uber driver drove her home, gone with Kale. We all know that. We all know that. She got there with the Uber. You guys see what I'm dealing with here? These people are crazy that show up in here. We already know all of that. Nothing you're saying is new, gone with the Kale. We all know that Tommaso is the one who drove Nancy home. What we're talking about is the Uber driver gave her a ride to Nancy's house. Do you understand that? Hey, gone with Kale, you're incorrect. All right? For some reason, you're confused out of your mind. All right? Nobody in here has ever thought that the Uber driver gave her a ride home, and nor was I implying that in what I just said. What I said was when she was picked up, the Uber driver, that's the theory the guy has, might start a conversation and figure out the disposition of the home and then make that a target by, he has another person and he gets a cut or something and he'll tell somebody, hey, yeah, so I just picked up this lady. She lives alone and she said she's going to be staying overnight over, so this might be a great place for you to go. And it was later, it would be later. Anyways, I don't understand, man. You seem absolutely confused. Yeah. It's puzzling that nothing was stolen if a robbery was planned following the tip from the Uber driver. What? Well, we don't know if anything was stolen, do we? Yeah, we don't know that. And it's not puzzling. That's just a theory the guy had. And regardless if it happened in this case or not, which I don't think it did, I think it's sort of an interesting thing to think about in the future. No, that's not what I said, Lisa. You've already got that part wrong again. So he gets another person. The Uber driver tells another person, hey, it's just sort of a connection. Hey, I've got a place where somebody's not going to be home. So it's not the Uber driver that's doing the burglary. I just explained that really well. Man, we're having one of these nights. Another one of these nights. Yeah, I thought it was a clever thought, and the only problem is the portion about staying overnight at Nancy's would have been a requirement for the story, and that's never something we've heard. Yeah, no, but the guy's theory didn't have that, Lisa. I was telling you his theory. His theory was that the Uber driver knows the circumstances and then just calls sort of the hitman type guy, the guy that would go do it and say, hey, I've got one for you, and they're part of a crew, and they do Uber for, you make money, but you can also, make way more if you let somebody know a good target for a robbery because now there's nobody there. I think it's actually kind of a spooky thought to have. Mm-hmm. No, they were not in the house for 41 minutes. What do you mean, Gray? It was a 147. Yeah, well, we've gone over this. At the front door right here, 147 is when the Ring doorbell was disconnected. And then there's no indication that he entered the house through the front door. In fact, they've been saying it was the back door and there was a door open or something. Remember that? The wide open door? So here's what the truth is. At first we thought it was 41 minutes. But it was 147. And then at 2:12, back here, a camera picks up motion, and that's when they enter the house. And they meaning either one person or multiple people. Okay, so it's really just 16 minutes from 2:12 to 2:28 when her her heart pacemaker stopped communicating with her cell phone. The Google thing is just so dumb. And it's just all over, like it was used by this idiot in the Tyler Robinson case, and it made his whole channel just off of that. Absolute garbage, you know. Wonder if the brother-in-law walked her in and unlocked the door. Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's probably why they were looking into him. No, they said that there was forced entry at the beginning, and I don't know where that went now. They never said no forced entry. Man, the FBI should have an automatic upload of Uber drivers and then pinpoint any crimes committed and see if they land on any Uber driver's path. Because, man, that is such a crazy technique. I mean, you could see them doing that because they're basically casing a house by driving up, picking somebody up, and then just sort of casually asking questions, and they could know the entire disposition of that house. So you could see that being something that's actually being done. Hadn't really thought of it like that, you know. Yeah, so I'll tell you the whole thing again here. So I'll just have to do it by, I think it's memory, basically. Yeah, so 5:32, Nancy Guthrie went over to, was picked up by an Uber driver and went over to her daughter's house, which is just right over here. So from here to there, but the drive, you have to go all the way up there and around, and it's convoluted. It's like a 4-mile drive, but only 2 miles as a crow flies. And probably got there at 5:42. And then they sat around, played, had dinner, played mahjong, whatever. And then Nancy got a ride home by Tommaso. And he probably left the house at, I'd say, 9:38 or so. And then got over here. And then at 9:48, the garage door opens. Right back here. Garage door opens, and it's actually open in this 3D scan here. So the garage door opens at 9:48, and then the garage door shuts at 9:50. And just listen to everything that I'm telling you here. This is all the stuff that you got to know. So the thing is law enforcement already knows that Nancy's phone, they can track her phone because it's with her. And they know that it made it into the house. And then they know that she's in the house because her pacemaker is connected to the phone. Right? So that means the heart monitor's working, all that stuff. So they know she was in the home. And they know that she probably got into bed at a certain time. And I would think, she's probably in bed by 11. And as Erica said, drinking chamomile tea. And but anyway, so in bed like by 11 or so, right? And she's in there, and then she goes to sleep, and her pacemaker's still connected to her phone. And then probably at about 1:40 in the morning or so, some guy walks over, and he's standing right there. And that's this picture. That's this one right here. And he stands right at that arch, and he looks in there. And this is the same guy. He doesn't have the backpack on. He doesn't have the gun. And then he walks back away because his car, he parked maybe over here somewhere, right? So then he walks back to the car, gets his backpack, and puts the gun in front of him. Then he walks all the way back over there. This is part's my theory here. Then walks into here and starts messing around with the camera. And then at 1:47 removes the camera. And let's say at about 1:48 he walks out. Because now he's like, okay, man, I hope I didn't set off an alarm by breaking that camera. And he goes back to the car over here and he waits about 20 minutes. And he waits 20 minutes to see if law enforcement shows up, and they don't show up. So now it's about 2:08. So then he drives the vehicle this time in the darkness. And he pulls the car up right into here. About 2:10. Then he gets out of the car and he goes through the back here and sets off that motion detector at 2:12 and then gets into the house. And then in between 2:12 and 2:28, he's dealing with Nancy, doing whatever he's doing in there. And then he takes her out the front, and that's exactly why he disabled the camera at the front door. And then he puts her in the vehicle that's parked right there and he leaves. Tell me what part of that doesn't make sense given the facts of the case. Hey, we got another Wild Bill Wassman challenge. Hey guys, so if we get 5 gifted memberships by random people, then we'll get, then he'll do 5 more. All right, so I guess it's random. There's Wild Bill Wassman again. Thank God. Huh? I mean, thanks, Wild Bill. But so if we get just 5 random people gift 1 membership, he'll gift 5 by himself. I've already explained it really clearly. Yeah. No, software to text person on camera. Yeah, we already went through all that. Sharice Rodriguez. Yeah. I'm not sure what you're referring to. So here's the thing. We also know that the camera that picked up motion is back here. It's either this one, that little point that sticks out, that's a camera. And then there was a camera right here on the front of this building. So it's one of those 2 that picked up the motion. And you know how we know that? It's because the sheriff, when he, in one of those interviews that we just rewatched, he said something that absolutely proves it. They said, hey, was that a camera picked up motion? He goes, yeah, right, it picked up a human being. Well, I guess it could have been an animal too. Well, there wouldn't be a coyote running around inside the house, right? So that means, and the FBI agent looked at him like, oh shit, you just gave away some. And so that means the camera was outside when it filmed him, in my opinion. I mean, I can't imagine him, if it turns out later that the camera's inside the house and he said maybe it was an animal, then he's as dumb as a box of rocks. Hey, thanks, Sharice Rodriguez, and I'm Essential, and Sherry C. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Very kind, very kind. Got, I'm Essential did 5. Thank you. So in my theory that I just gave you right there, can you think of anything that didn't work? Because I absolutely go through every little thing that, and I use that to theorize. I don't know where he parked specifically, but I don't think he parked at the house. He's not going to park there after he breaks a camera. He's going to wait and see, and then pull in for minimizing the amount of time his car would be parked in the front. Thank you, Wild Bill Wassman. Stay out there. Sherry C. I'm Essential. Yes, you are. Jessica Schubach. And Rebecca Kahn up above there. Oh, and there's Jim Lawn. Hey, thanks, Jim Lawn. Very cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks, all you freaks out there. How do we know the family did not leave back door open? We don't. We don't know. How do we know that the person that you see on camera isn't the one who left the back door open when he went into the house? How do we know that? I mean, I guess you would think you would shut it, but it's. I think it's like the person that we see on camera should be assumed to be doing things that we're talking about, not a mystery person. Right. That's one of the things we were saying. I mean, when if you believe in the Ashley Banfield's theory, then the person walked in back somewhere and turned. And he could have dropped her off, and then right after he dropped her off, went around. Like after he walks her into the garage, for example, let's say the garage door opens and he walks her to her door and he lets her in, then he goes over here and out the side door, leaves it unlocked, then goes back inside, and as he's leaving, shuts the garage door at 9:50. I mean, that would be pretty interesting, right? If that's something that happened. But wouldn't this camera wouldn't it have picked up motion here? See, this is what I'm saying, you guys. All we have is at 2:12 is when one of these two cameras picked up motion. So what that means is there was no motion back here whatsoever until 2:12. And that's why I think 147, he made sure the camera wasn't working here because he knew he was taking, I believe, Nancy out the front of the house. So then he waited to see if law enforcement was coming, and then he finally came back. That's why at 2:12 we finally get some motion back here. Now, one thing I guess we don't know is did he go into the front door, but that door definitely wasn't jimmied open or anything like that. We've seen the pictures. Let's see if people working with him. Yeah. If he went through the garage door, the lights would have come on. Well, maybe they did. How do we know they didn't come on? You're so dumb, big dummy, clueless. Ooh. See you later. You couldn't see the comment, you guys. They didn't get it through. I'm so dumb. They probably think it was an alien from Zeta Minor. Right. If he went through the garage door, the lights would come on. Yep. I mean, and? Like, what's the next sentence after that? And what? The biggest question in this case is, why did they take her out of the house? There's been, the first two ransom things, they could have been the first people that took her out, something happened and she died because of the situation she's in, and they really weren't able to get a ransom, but they tried to get ransom some other way. However, they weren't able to show proof of life, and that's the message that Savannah responded to when she really said, hey, listen, we understand. We just want to have our mom's body back so that we can celebrate her life with her here. And we're willing to pay for that, just to have her body back so that we can have peace for the rest of our life. So maybe maybe we're back to that one again. I don't know. That things just it didn't work out for them, I went to turn on my alarms, Gray, and did not see the visual. What? Not sure what you're talking about. All right, so anyways, let's get some the callers back in here, you guys. I'm sure we'll hear from your favorite Aussie, If like we'd all, I guess need to sound like them so that you guys will, appreciate the way I sound more, All right, let's see. And we're going to put this in here. Oops. All right, so this is the theory line. And I don't know if I'll get right to them, but I got some more of these clips. Yeah, before anybody calls in, or you can be on hold, but you'll be on hold for a while. I'm gonna let's do the idiotic Google Trends thing. All right, hold on. Gosh, Gray, I thought it was legit. All right, here we go. Here we go. Watch this. Searches found for Nancy Guthrie's address, daughter's salary before today's host. Oh, mother vanished. Oh my God, everybody, this is crazy. Look at this. Down here it says they show there may have been activity for Guthrie's address in the Catalina foothills between, and look at, they don't say Catalina. I don't know if you guys can see down here. This doesn't say Catalina foothills. Let me show you their printout. That's not it. That's mine. You can't even see it here though. Let me save this image to my folder. It's too small. Yeah, look at that. Does that say to you right there, Catalina foothills? That right there? What does that say to you? In that left-hand side right there, what does that say? It says Arizona. It doesn't say Catalina foothills. And then, of course, they block out the search term. Why? Why would you do that? Why did you block out? Why did you block out over here where you said how much did Savannah Guthrie make? Why would you have to block that out? It's a freaking sentence. Now, I understand if you don't want to put the address over here that somebody might live at, but the address is already known in this case. It's not that it's a missing person. There's nobody there right now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to Google Trends. All right. I'll show you exactly what these clowns do over and over again. There's zero value to it at all. I don't know. Hey, Greg, are you still out there? These people are using Google Trends to see if somebody in a small town looked up a keyword at some point. I just think it's absolutely ludicrous. All right. So, anyways, let's do. What were they looking up? They wanted to look up for Guthrie's address. Okay. So, like, what is Nancy Guthrie's address in Tucson, Arizona? Okay, that's the last 24 hours. Let's do past month. It should be a big spike somewhere. There you go, right there, right. So you see that right there? There's this big spike right there. See that? Big spike, because sure, what is her address? I mean, people were looking it up, right? So that is there. A huge number of people were looking it up. So let's imitate exactly what they have on the screen. You see how it says Arizona right there? Let me put it in there. Earlier I wasn't able to, yeah, now I can. Okay. Arizona. So there it is. See, now that looks exactly the same. Can you guys see that? It's kind of small, but Arizona. And they use past year. All right, and then it has web search. So web search, past year, Arizona. And how come I don't have anything? You know, what is Nancy Guthrie's address? Let's try another one. You know, where Nancy, maybe I spelled it wrong. Nancy Guthrie's address in Tucson, Arizona. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, it's not there. I mean, how about just the word Nancy Guthrie, for God's sakes? Wouldn't that be all you'd need? That would be even more broad, except there's another Nancy Guthrie that's an artist. Or a writer, I mean. And look at this. She only shows up right over there. So how come we're not seeing the same thing that they saw? Can you explain that? Anybody? Anybody at all? Do you guys understand? I mean, I actually have the same thing that she does. And earlier, guess what? I had a spike in there. Look at here's one right here. Look. And that might be, that's theirs, sorry. But I had one that had something right here in July, and now it's not there right now. How come it's not there now when I'm doing it, but it was there, and then you do it again, and then it's not there, and then it's there, and then it's just, it's so unreliable and just bogus. And guess what? In the article, the Fox News article, they claim that the spike here was January 11th, and it wasn't. I saw the spike. It's February 7th is a spike, and then it kind of goes up to there. They said January 11th. You know why they said January 11th? Because it matched the date that originally came out of January 11th, and I think it was some other specific date, and then I think it was January 31st or whatever, when the law enforcement wanted to have any surveillance footage from that time frame. So they wanted it to match that. So they said that in the article. It's not accurate at all. So I don't know about you guys, man, but I just get so sick of this stuff. Let's see, Nancy, Guthrie, and I'm not going to pretend it's interesting. You know, like people on Fox News are like, yeah, wow, that's really interesting. Yeah, maybe they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. That's why when Court TV asks for me to come on, and I don't know the case, I'm not going to go on there. Because I don't ever want to be one of those talking head types that just show up and start rambling about something I don't know about. If I know about the case and they want me on, then I'd love to come on because I think differently than other people. My brain works differently. Hey, Teresa, I'll get to him when I want to. When you type stuff in like that, it just sounds so rude, you know? I want to hear people's calls. Ooh. Well, maybe you can go listen to them on timeout for a while, okay? Why don't you go listen to those nice calls somewhere else? Sick of the rudeness in here. That's the way I thought that investigation determined exactly... Hold on. Who and what they're looking up when. No. They would have to get the person's computer to know what they were looking up. All you can do on this one is find that possibly somebody in a certain area was looking something up. That's it. Come on. Where is it? See, now it's not even over here. You see, like it disappeared. It's just crazy. This stuff it's garbage. All right, here we go. This one has somebody named Nancy Guthrie. Address, and somebody looked it up in April. It said that's what you would assume. That's what this means, but it doesn't mean that. Because the other time I looked it up, it said June. Well, how come it's not there now? And then you got it over here that February 7th through February 14th, people were looking it up, and then over here it says somebody was looking it up too in April. But it doesn't mean that there were anybody looking up. This is absolutely inaccurate. It's nothing. Like you could do the same Google Trends tomorrow, and that's not there. And then here's something interesting. Watch. So that was April, right, of 2025. I can go here and then do a custom range and do like go back to I'll go to March of 2025. Yeah, March 1st. Put that up there, and then the end date would be, let's just do like the beginning of February 1st. And then go like this, and then let's see what happens. When I hit apply, so this still has the one in April there, and then it starts rising up over here. But what I was doing earlier, and that means somebody in Arizona, maybe or maybe not, it doesn't mean anything, nor can you find the address or anything, that between April 19th, I was called so mean, you guys. I guess that means I'm going to have to go into prison. Man, it's been a while. Bengal cat chiller, you're going to have to get me out of here. Somebody's got to bail me out now. How unfortunate. That's what happens when somebody says, Gray, you're so mean. Hey, there's Bruce Holdaway. I think that counts as part of the bail. Anybody else want to? Joseph's peeking through his hands because he's thinking, I don't think Gray's going to get out of there tonight. See? That's what I thought. No bail for me. Yeah, my dog camera was frozen. Yeah, look good behind bars, they said. Well, look at that. Bruce Holdaway bailed me out. Now, at least that'll get me a hotel. Now, I need an Uber drive back to the hotel. If we can get that, that would be fantastic. Thanks, Bruce Holdaway. It was me. Googled Nancy Guthrie's address from Arizona. Oh, yeah. On that particular date, right, in April? Well, we're going to have to send the cops over to your house there, eloquent pirate. I don't know what other reason you would be looking up Nancy Guthrie's home in April of 2025. That's wild. Yeah, give me a Motel 6 room, right? Which way is that, Matt? You being an ass? Let's see. Anyways, I think I can get out of jail. That was quick. Oh, look at my gray zone. I like that one. All right, back to there, and then main. Which one was it? Jesus, I lost my screen. There it is. This one. For the subscription or to one of your members. Hey, cool. Glad you like it. Hope you're not one of those trolls out there that get the free memberships, like like Matt was trying to get until he got kicked out. Hey Matt Davis, just letting you know, you can be typing as much as you want, but nobody will ever see it again. All right, good luck out there. So even if you think it's people can see it, they can't. So if nobody's responding, just realize they'll never be able to see your comment again. Hey, thanks, Rampage. All right, so the lines are open, you guys. You see it at the top of the screen. It's pinned there. Let's call in with some of your theories out there. But this Google Trends thing is absolute garbage. All right. Let's see. What did they word it? How did they word it? They said Fox News Digital was able to recreate Google Trends report that appears to show searches for Nancy's address. So, like, what is Nancy Guthrie's address in Tucson, Arizona, or Tucson, Arizona? And then there's nothing, you know. I don't know what their exact wording was, but it's just not there. What shows motive? Now you're on it. Yeah, right. I'll be on that same list. Yeah. I'm sure somewhere on Google, you know, there's some place where it has the IP address that looked up a certain, but I think that's just phishing. I don't think they'd allow that. You know, that's just absolute, just a phishing mission, and that's garbage. Because anybody, you know, like for other cases, basically everybody in the chat right now would look like a serial killer if they looked at your phone, right? Or they looked at your computer. Because we all, that's what we do, especially YouTube creators, right? The true crime, like we have to look up every damn thing and put it all together, and it's just wouldn't look good. You know that's true. Hey, there's Coco Love. I was gonna say, send me. I was gonna send you a one of the notebooks, because you never bought a notebook, but I think you've sent in so many. You sent super chats in for a while there, so. And, you know, anybody else also, like, did I send you one, Wild Bill Wassman? You got to send your address in there. I got to get rid of, I'm trying to get rid of all the last round of notebooks and then sort of start over again with a bunch of new stuff. How come none of you guys are calling in? This is for you. You do bass fish. Me, I do. Yeah. There will be, you know, my email. This is my email right here. How do you search for someone in Mexico? I don't know. But you guys say we're not even at the minimum goal still, if you can believe that. So if you guys are out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, let's see if we can do it. My channel relies on you guys. This is the only show I'm doing today. Yesterday I did 3 and it was a disaster. And a video. 3 shows and a video, and it just was like, oh man. Got a poker chip, stress ball, and notebook. Oh, you got that? Cool. Okay, you got one. Yeah, I think it's a good luck. I gave it away as golf markers, golf ball markers. I'm trying to figure out why nobody's called in yet. Somebody just make the first call. I guess it's time for you, Raven. I don't know if you have any extra thoughts, but it's pretty lame. Everybody's like, yeah, I gotta call in. I got these ideas. Then as soon as you do it, not a soul. Not a soul. Hey, what's this pinky finger thing? The dogs aren't moving around. Should I go? I should probably go turn those on. See if I can get that camera working. All right, hold on. Hey, look at that. They're moving around now. I made my wife's adobo chicken, but it's just like this YouTube. This guy on YouTube has this powder that you buy. Adobo, like adobe, and then -o. And it was pretty good. I just followed the instructions, and it was good stuff. Chicken thighs, and you cook it for an hour and a half after you do it. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I made it. She was able to eat it. All right. Anyways, what do we got here? All right, you there, John?
Yes, I'm
You're
there.
not on the screen, but we can hear you.
Okay.
So what's up?
Well, I am impressed with the timeline you told us a little bit earlier, and it seems like the timeline that you have and the theory that your friend put those two together. It seems to make a lot of sense.
Oh, the one about the Uber driver?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, his thing was based off of that Nancy in the car ride there, that Nancy told him, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna stay overnight at my daughter's house," and then the house would be free,
right?
I don't think, but I haven't heard that anywhere. So
yeah,
well, it's an interesting theory, and possibly, people actually do this out there. We don't know. And maybe they're willing to do it anyways. If she was an older person alone at home, they were going to do it anyways.
Right. Yeah. If I was a detective, I sure would be I would enjoy working that angle. That seems like something,
Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Yeah. I liked on your timeline where you're talking about how he waited to see if someone approached the house with an alarm of some sort set off. And
wouldn't you think that, like, if you broke a light, that it would probably send something out? So you're just kind of wondering,
right?
A camera, it wasn't just a light. I mean, we're talking about a security camera. You think it would set off something.
Yeah, and then when you think about him not thinking anyone was there, if that was the case, why would he have had the holster? Why would he? He would seem, But then when I think about if he went around back and broke a door or broke something, then yeah, I mean, you'd want to have that as backup, because
it seems like he wants to just have something on him just in case,
Right.
First time he just kind of glanced in there, he could just be, "Oh, I got lost," somebody saw him. But when he went there the second time to remove the camera, he knew that he was going to be doing something that he might get challenged on if somebody saw him.
Yeah.
Right? So he's got to have his gun and the backpack ready to go, basically. But then I guess, why would you, if after you broke it, you go, "Well, I got to wait 20 minutes." Then you could have just left it in the car until that time, right? But then you have the backpack on, then you got to go all the way over to the car again. Well, wherever you waited. I don't know where he paused, but I don't think he went into the house after he broke that camera.
Yeah. Like you say, I think he probably knew where to get, where he could see the house well enough if there was any movement, not, coming up to the house to respond to something. Another thing, one thing, we mentioned the Uber angle, and, as a former Uber driver, you probably wouldn't want to, tip off people like this that are your customers, because I mean, she did probably do Ubers quite often at night, So, this would be bad for business.
Yeah, I mean, you should probably also, like, people should think about what they're telling the Uber drivers.
That's true.
You don't want to tell them, "Hey, yeah, I live alone." But I guess it's like the clever question, the way you word it. "Hey, your husband's not going to come along," and then I'm not here, Okay.
Well, another thing, they're on the phone a lot, and they're not talking to you at all. But like you say, what's going on. just from listening to the phone. Like,
Right.
yeah, I brought my clothes, and yeah, I'm thinking it. And then what's interesting is if she was planning on staying the night, why did she come? Why did she need to come back home? Was, there a reason for that? If that was if that's viable,
Yeah,
like
but I haven't heard that at all. Have you? But she was going to stay overnight.
no, I haven't. But I mean, that sure is. That's a boy. If that is, if that is the case, then that would really, really change.
It would make that theory hell of a lot more interesting.
That's right. But yeah, no, it's but anyway, you're like you say that your timeline was talking about him not just being inside the house for 20-30 minutes is really helpful.
Well, so it's always been weird, the 41 minutes, right? Like, oh wow, what was he doing for 41 minutes from 4:47 to 2:28? But if you can eliminate a huge chunk of that time waiting around to see if cops will show up,
right?
Then they probably went in feeling pretty comfortable at that
right
point.
They have, like you say, they have all the time in the world at 2 a.m. I mean, it's so dark, and there's and everybody's pretty quiet. Is there many dogs around there that that would have of course, if you're hard to see, that wouldn't necessarily bark like in a normal neighborhood?
It just seems like everybody is just far enough away where the dog might not get too antsy. Somebody's just walking around, and there's so many trees blocking.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure people have dogs. I think I've seen dogs walking with people.
Right. Yeah, you'd have to be making a lot of noise, and like you say, I don't think this guy would. Certainly not wanting to draw attention to himself. So.
Yeah.
But it is sad. What about the polygraphs? What do you think about that?
Well, it turns out, I guess in a later update, they were polygraphing new recruits.
Oh.
So they just, I thought the same thing, but then right when we were into the show, Brian Etten updated his tweets, and that's what apparently they were doing. But maybe that was a cover up for what they were really doing. Who the hell knows? I mean, how did somebody even know that they were doing polygraphs? How did that first get out there?
Yeah, and if they did, I mean, somebody would just be, inside of the door so they could make note of every person that went in and out during the day.
Yeah, well, he's got a box. It must be a polygraph. Wow, I was right, but they were actually just testing recruits, though.
Oh, okay,
I don't know.
Makes sense. Do you think the FBI and the sheriff's office are? I mean, I know they've worked together on some things, but do you think they're pretty separate at this point, where the FBI is pretty much, totally different from the sheriff's just doing, I mean, a lot like, for instance, the sheriff is saying these people are not suspects. These people are not even on the radar. That's his job as an elected public servant, is to make his constituents feel, feel like they're not being targeted. And, whereas the FBI is doing their thing much differently, I would think.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's what Megyn Kelly was saying today, was maybe that when they said that they cleared the family, were they really cleared, or were they saying that to make them feel comfortable in the neighborhood or something?
Yeah.
But when you're saying, I think the FBI, I think the relationship between the sheriff and the FBI might be better than people like we were giving them credit for. I think there's been a ton. I mean, he does do these stupid statements,
Yeah,
I have to say, but I think there's been a lot of piling on, where it's just sort of, anytime he says anything at all, oh, look at this again. But if you liked him, maybe people wouldn't say that, but he was sort of deemed unlikable right at the beginning. But I don't know. He's made a lot of blunders. It seemed like giving the house back to the families was probably the top of the list.
Oh, yeah.
A day in, it's already, hey, go ahead, start trampling through the the crime scene. Go ahead.
Yeah, and like you say, out of the political nature of things, once you start dealing with an individual, one-on-one with the FBI and something like that, I mean, you obviously are going to develop much more of a respect. And like you say, I mean, they're just people like you are, and doing their job. And so, yeah, that making them say that they felt very, trying to make them feel unwelcome to be there.
Mhm.
I think once you start dealing with them one-on-one, especially imagine that guy in the back when the sheriff said, I could have been an animal, the look on his face.
Oh yeah, I know. I played that over and over again because he was just looking a different direction, and then his eyes quickly darted.
Yeah,
because
you
he knew,
imagine dealing with that person,
right? And he knew, and that guy knew right when he said that would imply that the camera was outside.
Yeah,
and now it gave more of a directness of where it was instead of just sort of being ambiguous. Oh, we don't know where that camera was.
Yeah. Well,
do you have any theories on your own, like what's going on?
I mean, like you say, I mean, I think the tipping off by somebody is key in this, but I think, like you say, you keep going back to someone who is related to him, related to Nancy, also. So you don't know, but there's been some knowledge passed here. It's not, it's clearly not random, and so it could either angles. I really can't. You really can't say, but yeah, I mean, obviously somebody had something, to gain from this.
What do you think the reason for removing her was? It from the house? What do you think the reason for that was? She knew him, or was it actually a ransom attempt? But now she's not alive, so
I think insurance. I'm thinking,
that was my first theories, something like that, a gain from the family somehow.
Right. I don't think anybody else could, nobody else can directly gain, but like that. So, that's and I don't think they wanted for her to expire in the home, or in just get her to the car, and
that's exactly what I was thinking. If a family member, it sort of made sense. Like you wouldn't want her to stay in the house. You hired somebody to do it, and you wouldn't want to keep her body in the house, because then you'd have to deal with your family, the other family members all together, seeing her in there. When you stumble upon the scene, as it were, right? So you'd want her gone.
Yeah, the jealousy angle. I don't know. I will say this. I don't think well-known television anchors and stuff like that should have a lot of screen time with family members, because it does bring a lot of attention to the family and to other members of the family. And so, I don't know if I would have. I'm certain she's like, wished I'd never done that, even though it was a good story. But that's but the jealousy angle, it seems a bit extreme for that.
Yeah, I don't buy. Yeah, that thing I don't buy into at all. I would kind of think that it could be the stalker angle isn't too bad. A stalker, maybe Savannah, that's just like, hey, I'm going to really get her up. I'm going to do, maybe they live closer to being able to do something to Savannah's mom or something,
right?
And see how it all plays out. But I mean, that seems a little bit. Even that's getting closer to that. What was the previous one that we just said that we both agreed was far-fetched?
Well, the jealousy angle.
Yeah, the jealousy. I mean, you're getting kind of towards that too. It's just kind of not. It doesn't seem as likely as something else.
Right. I mean, yeah. This is way too. Yeah. This is a bit more severe what has happened than that. And you would, if you were doing that, you certainly wouldn't hope that it got to that. But
Right.
I don't. Yeah, the ransom stuff. I don't get that at all. I don't know. And I don't from what what we've seen of the robber, I'm sorry, the person who cased the home, unless somebody else is involved, I just don't see him being that intelligent, maybe intelligent enough, and certainly not, to be able to play with the ransom angle at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I mean, but they seem to believe. You keep hearing that reported by multiple people that the first ransom notes put out there that was sent to TMZ that they reported on, but other people got it too. That they seem to think that those were legit from the person, maybe not legit ransom notes, but like
okay, right,
that the people had knowledge of it, of what happened.
Yeah, and they said it was well written. Yeah, and like you said, yeah, it was well written, had a good structure to it, and then had keywords that just
maybe not like somebody who would try to put a plant on a camera though, right? Like it doesn't seem like this guy is the one who wrote that.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Yeah. But there was an interesting video that I saw the other day where it shows how to remove these cameras. And it was really easy. You know that let's see where let me go to the shot over here. Yeah, like right there on the screen. The bracket right there, it just sits there, and then right behind it, there's this little thing that you just push down in, and then you just pull it off. So it's just on the back of the camera. So the camera sits on there, and you push down, and then you pull it off. And some people have suggested that maybe that's what he was trying to do with a piece of the. But here's the thing: is like he grabbed a whole like a bouquet of plant, right? It wasn't like he went and found a little one that had a nice little piece that you could push in there, right?
Right.
You need like a screwdriver to push in, and then it comes off.
Right.
So I don't buy that at all. That he thought he could put the stem in and do the same thing, but by grabbing a bouquet and then hoping a piece goes in, it's just
or wedging that whole group behind it. And trying to almost kind of peeling it off the post. There.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was too weak to do anything. I mean, it's just weed, for God's sake. You need something that's kind of hard.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so well, I appreciate all you do again, and
well, thanks for calling in. You got a good radio voice.
Oh, thank you. And also to the chat, Gray's much nicer on the phone. So,
oh, come on, I'm nice.
I'm joking.
Maybe not.
I'm joking. Anyway, well, have a good night.
You too. Thanks for calling in.
Okay. You bet.
All right, we got some crazy. Look, a lot of people being comments being removed and. Yeah, somebody trying to sell their channels garbage. Let's see. And then we got, read my comment. That person was nuts up there. Yeah, so a lot of you don't last too long here. You know what I mean? Yeah, I use a little bit of humor in there, Coco. That's what I try to do. Sometimes it's serious, like when I just explain the timeline. But like a lot of times I try to, All right, ladies, we get the Aussies coming in. All right. But if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great. Got to keep on trucking. We're just barely scraping the bare minimum goal just now. So if we can have a sort of a normal night, that'd be cool too. So here we go. All right, who's this? Is this Raven?
Yeah, but I'm not an Aussie. Like I don't have.
Yeah, that's right.
Australian accent.
Well, okay, he's from New Zealand, but he lives in Australia. Okay.
Yeah, but like I have an American accent. I can't do it. I can't do my American accent.
That was pretty good. Do it again. Come on, do it again. That was pretty good. Do it.
Like, whenever I talk American, it always comes out Valley Girl for some reason. That's all I can do. Like
that does come out Valley Girl, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Well, I should be. Like, we have to consume your culture, basically from day one. So there you go.
Culture. See, it's Culcha. That's how we say. If you want to say in Aussie/Australia, if you want to say culture, you say culture. Right?
It's the way that, the way you guys shape your mouth is how you do it. Like, if you want to talk American, it's more at the front of your mouth. But when we talk Australian, we're lazy in the back of the throat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
We'll give it a shot.
Yeah. Back to the normal voice. Where do you want to start? Because I just crossed out the whole Google thing I'd written down because I thought that was pretty good, but then you pointed out all the weaknesses of it, so that's good.
But it's just that the thing is, it's been used in all these cases recently. It's become sort of a fad by these people, and it really, even if it does show, hey, there was a search in Arizona, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It might mean, oh, wow, somebody searched for something unusual in Arizona, but it doesn't lead to a person or anything. You know, it's just, of course, you would think somebody that did this might have looked something up in Arizona. You know, if you
no, I know what you mean. It's so random. It could be, and it's so selective how they've searched it too. So it's like selective evidence making. But the only thing I crossed everything out. The only thing I wrote down was it's interesting because when it comes to court. Someone will be convicted and they'll go back and say, oh, they searched for how to dispose of a body, and use that as evidence. So it's interesting, maybe if it's using Google to actually map and I guess solve crime as opposed to just proving it. So it is interesting if you could do that, but I don't know. It's almost like thought crime in a way,
Yeah. I don't know. I just think the whole Google Trends thing is just so. I mean, I try to recreate it. 1 minute I'll get something and go, oh, okay, there's the same date, and then the next I'll do the same thing. 5 minutes later, it's not there. Then you do so you could just keep doing it over and over and over and over. And when they say, oh, I recreated it, well, how come they didn't put the words on there so that we could recreate it? They blurred it out. Why would you need to do that? If it was just, hey, what's Nancy Guthrie's address? Or how much money did Savannah make? Why do you need to blur that out? That's not something you need to blur. It's weird.
Yeah. And then they obviously search for it. The only thing that kind of rang a little bit true was when they mentioned the 2 dates. So searched on the 11th of Jan, and then the footage was asked for from the 11th of Jan onwards. But I'm guessing they just created that to make it look that way.
Yeah, because there was that. Even they had the same graph position as mine, and when I look at it, it's February 7th to the 14th. They just, because we can't see it, and there's a dot on there that you can click on. It didn't say January 11th on what they're looking at. No way. Yeah. So anyway,
so it's absolutely, and it feels like we're sort of doing that twice today because now the polygraph, they're stepping back on that, and the Google thing's sort of a nothing burger. So this case is frustrating.
Don't you find it weird that somebody knew that they were doing polygraphs? Like, how come that got reported?
See, I don't like polygraphs at all. Like, I do like them, but they're junk science, and they're only useful for detectives and interrogations. They're very specific. It's like they're used as leverage. Usually, they're mainly junk science. Maybe it's different now, but that's how they're viewed, isn't it? Usually.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Like, how do you view a polygraph?
Well, they're not admissible in court. I think they just use them for, like, will somebody take it? Because if you don't take it, then they're more suspicious of it. But I think they do, might show some sort of stress level on certain things, but it's just so ambiguous, I don't know. I bet you they're like 60% accurate or something.
The absolute best use. Well, yeah. I was going to say, sorry to interrupt, but the best use, and you've gone over this case at length, but is Chris Watts, like that female detective who was the polygrapher. She was amazing, and she was just selling him the entire time. I've done phone sales on, like, basically telemarketing for 15, 20 years-ish. So I sort of like, it's weird. Detectives in an interrogation is like on a really long sales call, right? Because you're building rapport and you're having to get to this, where you want them to get to. Anyway, I'm gonna ramble if I don't.
Well, have you seen the Nick Houck one? That was the worst one I've ever seen. That in the let's see, it's the
Nick Houck. The name rings a bell, but
the Houck, they killed. So it was Nick and Brooks Houck. Brooks Houck killed his wife or ex-wife or whatever. I can't remember, or girl. I'm not even sure they were married or whatever, but they had kids. And now I can't remember her name, but it was a huge case.
Yeah.
And Nick Houck was in there, and an FBI, and he's a police officer, and he was sitting in the interrogation room, and the FBI polygraph guy was in there, and he was trying all the tricks, like, yeah, listen, hey, we did the polygraph test, and you just absolutely failed. So the question is, it's not a question anymore if you did it. It's just why.
I hate when they do that.
And then Nick's just going, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He just kept, he's an absolute dirtbag, but it was funny because, Crystal Rogers, that case. He absolutely just obliterated the polygrapher. It wasn't even, it was it was embarrassing.
I know what you mean. And it shows the difference between a good salesperson and a bad salesperson, because it's like the detective from Canada, the one who took out Colonel Russell Williams, probably one of my favorite ASMR videos.
That was a really
I'm
good
scared.
Well, I would say this. I would say it's not really. I think this same FBI guy would have worked great on somebody else, but when you got a cop, it's not going to work.
True.
Although, you're right. So there is the, Russell Williams, but remember there was the other lady that was a detective that killed like her boyfriend.
Yes.
Something. I can't remember what her name was, but she got
the art detective.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. She got, just destroyed in there.
It's so funny you mentioned that. It's my second favorite ASMR video. Like, I'm weird. I put those things on, and because my brain knows how it's going to end, I just drift off to sleep. But I can't imagine what my subconscious is getting every. Anyway, true crime. You've got to balance it out with like cute cat videos and stuff. Otherwise, so I've got a few things to cover very quickly. This is very sad, Nancy. Very sad, Nancy. But 85-year-old man still missing in Australia. 6 days now, kidnapped from his home. There's a video of him being tortured. They cut off his finger. There's an image of his finger cut off. He's still missing. And yet, even in Australia, the Australian media are like, Nancy Guthrie, like, you can just get another Nancy case. And it's really like, I'm usually not one to say, oh, blah, 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 missing kids, and, it takes away. But Jesus, this case is just like a vacuum cleaner. Sucking up everything.
And they're saying that's like a mistaken identity case, right?
Basically, but Australia's a very small place, so I don't know. Those crims are all fucking idiots. Oh, excuse me. Those crims are idiots usually.
You don't have a lot of people there. Yeah,
it's just like the underworld's very small, if that makes sense. So, like, but it just goes to show, like, the news cycle these days is insane. And this case is like a once in a however many. It's like a John Bonet, I guess. Maybe O.J. Simpson, maybe bigger. I don't know. Okay, so we can move off that though, because that's not going to, very sad. But anyway, the main point. Okay, I got two main ones. So I've crossed out the Google stuff. It's the pacemaker. Interestingly enough, as you know, had a look into the Bluetooth sniffing, blah, blah, blah. You know, they can fly all over, etc. It'll go for years, apparently. So even after she dies, you probably already knew this, maybe not. It'll just keep going. So it's going to keep doing that signal for however long. I'm not sure how many years, but that's interesting, I thought. Because, I don't know. I was kind of thinking maybe they're searching because they think she's still alive and she had to be alive to like power it or something. But I guess they just have like a crazy battery, and I'm not sure how it works. But.
Yeah. Well, this is just. I mean, this case is. I just think because I think it'd be a sort of a big case, even if she wasn't related to. It'd be kind of more like your case. In your country, but it would be a big case. It just wouldn't be. I mean, because it's Savannah Guthrie's mom, it's this huge international, massive story, and they've released surveillance footage. You know, they've had various pieces of information. You know, the backpack. It just when you release surveillance footage, and cases get really big for some reason because people think they can get something out of it and figure out who somebody is. Now they're talking about, ooh, look, he's got a ring finger, a ring on his ring or his pinky finger, a pinky ring. You know, and it's like what do you? I don't know.
It's like if the girls in Delphi. Imagine if that video, she didn't record that video, right? And there was none of that. Would that case have still been what it is?
Oh, no way. There's no way in hell. Yeah. It
would have brought me in. Like, it was crazy at the time.
Yeah, well, think about the other case. What's the one up in, I think it was Iowa. What are those? They're like cousins. The hell's the name of that? It's the same thing. Like the two, Lyric and Elizabeth. You know, they were abducted at a park. And it was just a couple of years before that. And they were abducted and then their bodies were found so they were abducted in the summer and then they were found in the winter, and they even told hunters to look out for their bodies, and they found them. And so that was, you know, not too long before Delphi, but they've actually thought maybe they were connected somehow. I don't think so, but you know, nobody really talks about that one because
I don't know.
There's a little surveillance with a bike, you know, at one point, like they're just on a bike. But in the Delphi case, the moment you put out the video of the actual, just like in this one, you have a video of the actual perpetrator. That's where that really just gets everybody's juices going, you know.
And mixed with celebrity, which is like O.J. Simpson was so big because he was a celebrity. Yes, it was just a domestic violence murder, most likely, you know. But he was a football star, movie star. Okay, so pacemaker. That's interesting because it means they could just keep freaking flying drones around and helicopters around for however long. And that guy, that hacker Dave guy, those guys are just brilliant because they keep developing, and it is open source. So funnily enough, it's not like they'll give out the MAC address of her thing, but let's say they ever did. Interestingly enough, because it's open source, you could probably buy the stuff to go, you know, anyway, with your drone and search for Nancy's pacemaker one day.
I thought her pacemaker is just findable on any phone. You just say, you know, you won't be able to sign into it though.
See, I think
it's just
more like
they've
got to sniff it out using the sniffer.
Right, but I think they have to do that because it's so far away. But if you're right next to her pacemaker, it would show up, but you would have a password to get onto it.
True.
Right? Yeah. So
and that would freak out.
They're just amplifying that, right? So they can be, how far away were you saying? Like 100 feet or
800 to 1,000 roughly. But that seems really high. Like they were hovering low, man, initially. So 800 feet is that's high. Like you fly a drone, you know how high that is.
Yeah, that's twice
probably
as high.
Never go over 400.
That's twice as high as you're allowed to fly them. So yeah, that's pretty
exactly. So that's like a big. That's actually way higher than what I thought. I had to double check it when I said that to seem wrong, but apparently it's right. So that's an interesting point, I think, because it means that he, no matter what, or if he stashed the body, but like you said, it's a needle in a haystack, but that haystack is maybe slightly smaller. maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, like, stalker theory, yeah, I'm still there. But this is one thing I had before that, initially, and it maybe not based on anything. Mechanic theory, and I know a few people have had it. Mine's a bit different. So it is the black gloves, the bite light. Very, like, they love bite lights, and I work, funnily enough, in a call center for 50 car brands, like I'm booking car services, and anyway. So I talk to mechanics all day at work, and they're like a specific breed. Like, they are quite intelligent, but they're quite, like, street smart at the same time. And a lot of them will be like almost white collar, blue collar mix. So I don't know, like, does she still drive that car? And they took her car early. So they towed her car away early. Is that just, like, part of protocol? Or do they take the car mainly maybe to tests? And, like, does she get the servicing done at home from a mobile mechanic, which old people love?
Mm-hmm.
Old people love that. I lose old people to mobile mechanics all the time.
So what are you saying about her car? It was broken down, you're saying?
So, let's say she has a mechanic who has worked on her car, and even let's say he serviced that car
but you could
at
say
her
the same
house.
thing with, you could say the same thing with, you know, yard workers or, you know, things like that, right?
Well, that's exactly. But when you wrap in the black gloves, very common in the industry, and the bite lights are quite specific. Like, they're not used by that many industry. And mechanics is one they brought up in the news, a few others. But when you link those two together, with the possibility that old people love mobile mechanics, and she wasn't servicing much, so usually what they'll do is service once a year. Old people usually do 3,000 Ks a year, miles, 1,800 miles. Yeah. So I just thought maybe because it would show familiarity with the house.
I was looking at Cheryl McCollum. Like, she seems to, like, she showed on her. I might have her on one of these days if I can get. But Cheryl McCollum was holding up those black gloves, the normal black gloves that you wear when you're at crime scenes. They go right to your wrist area. But she, like me, sees it much longer. Like, it goes past where your watch would be, kind of, when you look at it. So I don't know if that's, you know, I'm sure that maybe the mechanic gloves look like that, whatever. But apparently it's different than the ones that they use for, you know, just the standard crime scene tech type glove.
Yeah, okay. I've seen tattoo artists wear black gloves quite often too. Because they're often dealing, it just doesn't show up blood. The reason they do it is it doesn't show up blood. Like, you can imagine if you wore white, blue, whatever color, you know. Tattoo artist, maybe that's why he's completely covered. Who knows?
There's definitely not a tattoo on the wrist. I've noticed that sort of faded a little bit. You know, because everybody was saying there's a tattoo right there, but you can clearly see the glove goes into there. You know, what that darkness is, I don't know. I mean, maybe he's got a watch on, or it's folded there and there's a shadow. I really don't know, but definitely 100% isn't a. I mean, I can't tell you he doesn't have a tattoo on his right wrist. What I can tell you is that you're not looking at a tattoo when you look at that image.
I've never seen skin, to be honest. You know what I thought? So you got the glove, and then there's that foam. It almost looks like foam. I'm assuming it's a double layer coat, but it looks like it, you know, that white cuff. What do you think that is? Is that foam? Is it? I thought he might have taped off.
It's weird because it seems like I actually thought originally that his glove went all the way into there and it made it bigger like that. That's what I originally thought. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's some sort of I don't know,
bandage. Like, because here's my thinking back. It was when I first saw it. If he doesn't want to leave DNA, like, you're going to wrap, I guess, as much as you can. But his feet aren't. Are his legs wrapped? No. Like a coat, maybe? Like a... No.
Yeah, I mean,
but then,
that it has that, like, fur, like that fake fur or something in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's thick, though. It looks thicker there. No, Wild Bill Wassman. We did not get a challenge in there. If you want to do one, that'd be cool.
Wild Bill, we need you to.
I know. Why is it always Wild Bill? Come on, you guys. Everybody else can help out too.
There must be someone else that, like, Gray does very good work, long hours. You can imagine dealing with the public, and then the public on the internet. That's way worse. Like, we all get to go to normal jobs. I work in a call center. I can just hang up on people. Gray's got to, like, sit there and read it. It's like over and over. You'd lose your mind if there were 5,000 people. Let's be honest. If you were like, I know you're like, oh, I want a big audience. Do you know how many idiots there are out there?
Yeah, it's more just the views that you get. You know,
I know, but
the ad revenue would be, as long as we could, everybody would still have to be blocked for the crazy stuff. You know,
it's crazy. Like, but a lot of people in Australia don't care about any of the stuff. It's hilarious. I'm the only person that talks about true crime at work, and it makes me feel a bit crazy sometimes. But that's why I can talk to you guys, and it'll be fun.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of us that watch my show. But anyways, what do you got?
You know why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and before too, I forgot. We're very dry, and I didn't mean you were. I was the one that said, "Hey, that's racist," saying the Australian accent. I was joking. To me, that's because it's so not racist. Because it's not racism.
Oh, okay.
It's like an accent. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I was trying to figure out what that meant.
And you're the antithesis of race. I've got to be careful. No offense with Americans, because like Kiwis are very dry, and like I say something, I'm like, I love you. But like you read it and you're like, you called me a racist, you bastard. It's like, no way. You're like the antithesis of a racist, basically. You're the most like level-headed, centrist, like straight down the middle kind of bloke there is. So that's why I'm still here.
Yeah, a lot of people think, because I voted for who I, Trump, that I'm some wacko, right-wing nut job, and I'm totally not. I mean, you can see how I act, and like. In the Tyler Robinson case, I go with where the facts are, right? I mean, I don't sit there and, pretend, go these crazy conspiratorial. It's really strange how that works. Like, there's a lot of Republicans there's a lot of Republicans and a lot of liberals or Democrats that are conspiratorial, and then there's a group of people in the middle that are normal, rational-minded people.
But conspiracy speaks to schizoid. Affective, just like it's not necessarily schizophrenia, but it's usually a precursor to it.
There's a nut job, Candace Owens. She's a freaking. I used to love her, but she's just like cuckoo. There's like a little cuckoo bird is going to pop out of her head at one of these points. She's nuts.
Wow, but that's the thing, though. How rich do people get off the back of and she knows it. Let's be honest. She goes home and sits down and goes, "Oh my God, I could just keep doing this for years."
Candace Owens makes probably 15 or 20,000 per video because she gets over 1 million views, and she does her own ads on there too. I mean, it's just crazy. So
we all get judged eventually, Gray.
Yeah,
I'm not even religious. Like that's something's gonna judge her energy. Okay, my last one. And again, this is your fault because I get obsessed with things. So I'm still talking about the blood expiration.
Okay.
It's very interesting. I emailed you something, so you can dive through that whenever. It's like, it's impossible to find those free articles with the information, from universities. They paywall it.
Mm-hmm.
But I emailed you, I finally found one. It's I think 200 videos of just them testing blood splatter. Anyway, it's very interesting. You said blood expiration very early, and you're probably basing it on a few things. But what I found interesting was the beaded blood. So beaded blood is usually found in cough expiration, usually, because it's got the mucus. So I emailed you, that. So if you go right into the middle, the most explorationary part, you can see a very dark part. I think it's on the left.
I also can see it's kind of clear in here. That would be something from inside, like the mucus and body fluids.
Yeah, and you can see, like, I think it's a darker part, and there's about 4 of the linked. So the beaded blood is when there's the droplets that are linked, usually by mucus, because that line of mucus runs through the drops.
They didn't have expirated blood in those videos that you sent, those AVI files.
No, that was more just an interesting.
I wish they had done
resource.
that. You'd have to put, like, you could just sample it by just going, putting something in your mouth that's like blood and then coughing it up. But anyways,
I've got 2 more for you, but I thought they were a bit dry. I do have actually one that went through the whole. It took me ages to find it because, again, they're all paywalled, which I don't like. I think that's the antithesis of knowledge. Anyway, I could email you that. I just thought it's way too dry. You know what those university papers are like? But they do. They actually had whoever it was, an actor do cop expiration, vertical, horizontal, blowing.
Those AVI files?
Yeah, the website just
a list of about, like, there's like 200 videos or something.
Yeah, that was more just an interesting thing. I was like, hey, blood splattering coffee creamer, anyone? So it's like, hey, maybe one day that'll come in handy.
Some weird examples, like, hey, here's what it would do if you had a hammer on a pool of blood. This is what it would do. But anyways, I have no doubt this is expirated blood.
Yeah. I just wanted to give you, like, you're 100% right. Again, it's very interesting to me, and I deep dived it, and that's another thing that just proves 100% that it is. The bead of blood, obviously the oxygen, the donut shaped, and the other ones. I think that was basically it.
Yeah, like this one, these ones over here, it has that fluid in them, right?
Yeah, and if you go a little bit to the left, and you'll be able to see the linked beaded ones. It's like you've got to go all the way in, like zoom in, all the way in.
Oh, yeah, it's not really clear enough. It's just kind of. But there you go.
I think because I do it on a phone, I can get, like, super close. But yeah, still that's why I just don't think she's alive. But
well, there you go. Cool. All right. Awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, we know, or sneeze, whatever. We've said it 100 times. Whatever it is, all I care about the expirated is that it shows that she's alive when she's exiting the home. She didn't go back into the house. She was alive. How alive she was, I don't know. But you're alive if you're sneezing or coughing or whatever. That's it.
Exactly. And people still glaze over it. It's still the biggest. That's why, to me, it's so interesting, because it's like a key part of what's going on. You think you have experts on there talking about it, but I could barely find a YouTube video about it. Your link comes up first usually.
Well, Cheryl McCullen mentioned it yesterday, but I mean, we've been mentioning it the second that it came out, like the same night.
I know.
That's the video.
You legitimately have said this first. Maybe someone thought it first, but like you were the one that talked about it on the internet and put the idea out there. Like,
I think it's really
before anyone.
It's very meaningful because people think that she was killed inside the house and then just moved out, and then somehow there was just blood dropping from her body as she's being removed. But this sort of, you have to. Cheryl McCullen was saying maybe he was doing the fireman carry, and then she's leaning down, and then that's where she coughed right there. That's something we talked about on the show. I don't know. I don't know how it worked. He had a gun. He could probably just get her to walk. And then maybe she sort of collapsed to the ground for a moment. Then he stood her up. You know, it's hard to say what the hell happened. You know, there's no knee prints or anything. So could have just been, you know, maybe she was being carried over the shoulder or something. I don't know. That's 150 pounds. This guy didn't even weigh 170. I don't know if he could do that. Be carrying that'd be pretty difficult to carry Nancy. And usually those weights that they give you are what they weighed some point somewhere. You know, who knows? She could have weighed 180 or 200. Then how would you do a fireman carry? You know,
she's walking for sure. And she, again, my theory the other night was she tripped. He's picked her up. She's bleeding. And that's where she slowly aspirates the blood just before they go out the door because she's tripped. I still think he cut the power. So he wouldn't have had light. He would have had the bike light. And then at that point, he's distracted.
blood in her mouth, and then she sort of like was
Yeah.
like, I had to go down to like cough, like she was feeling like she needed to, instead
It's
of
just
tripping.
pure speculation. Yeah. Okay. And last thing, very quickly, when you keep saying it must be testing something specific with DNA, I think it's people have said it, but the bite light is what I thought. First of all, I don't know, because then you know exactly who it's from, and he's had it in his mouth. And then very quickly, so I love true crime, been following you for a long time. There were 3 active missing persons cases in Australia. You know, Gus, the boy from South Australia, Celine Kramer, a Belgian tourist, missing in Tasmania, Jaden, something or other, missing, all different years, all for different amounts of time, for different reasons, and within a 8-day period, all 3. Like Gus hasn't quite been solved, but you know, announced that blah blah blah. Celine was found in a bush thing in Tasmania. She died of natural causes. And Jaden also found after he went missing in bushland. It's just crazy, like following 3 different cases of missing people. All 3 sort of resolved within an 8-day period. Just, I don't know, it was a weird...
yeah, well, this one we're 15, 16, 17, 18. We're at like day 18 right now.
Yeah, it's not good the longer it goes.
Yeah,
everyone's burning out too. You'll be... I'll let someone else call in, and nice talking to
thanks
you.
for calling in. All right. Raven.
All right, guys, have a good night.
Whereas he calls himself whatever the hell your name is. I don't even know what it is now, but you changed it. I know what your real name is, but your name on YouTube is some other name. Oh, you must have left already. Oh, they found who? I don't know. But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you can help support the channel, we're still just, I don't know, man. It's like where this is the lowest night of the entire month and the end of last month. So see if we can, if you like what we do here, trying to figure stuff out, that would be awesome. If not, I guess it's just one of those nights. Yeah, I think she was just being made to walk at gunpoint, and then she sort of just, yeah, because her nose was bleeding, blood was kind of trickling down inside of her throat, and she kind of went down really quick, and then he was like, get up, and then they kept moving, something like that. He is a cool dude. Why do you have to say, dude? This caller seems like a cool dude. But let's see if we can get one more challenge out here, you guys, with the group, and then we'll get to the point where maybe I think I can donate the 5 memberships if we do one more. Somebody can do a challenge of some sort. Let's see. No, the blood was not staged. Where do we come? Where do these people come from? It's just, you know what? You watch too many movies, okay? It's just ludicrous. All right. You think they're going to stage expirated blood? They're going to come up and go, hey, look, I put some blood in your, hey, look, ooh, put Nancy's blood in your mouth and then cough and put it on the ground there. Do you have any idea how ludicrous that sounds? Probably not. Was the shirt found of Nancy from the right? What? That's not Nancy's shirt. That was one of the investigators. The blue shirt that was found. Blood was staged. My God. Where do these people come from? I mean, where does a thought like that even pop into your mind? It's just it's weird, to be honest with you. No more challenges. I'm just trying to make things happen, man. We are way behind what normal nights we've had. I was trying to have one of those really good months so we could catch up. Why are you even talking about if it would clot in a spray bottle? Just don't even worry about following up on those types of questions. So you'll have a nice apology when it turns out to be true. Is that fair? It's not going to be true. Okay, so I'll never have to apologize for that. Will you bow down in shame when you embarrassingly get proven that never happened? My God, it was staged. Like the guy, how? Why wouldn't you just put a few drops out there? God, these people are just, how'd they get through high school? I don't know. Or grade school. I'm not sure where they stopped. I would think family would know what is missing in her wardrobe. Yep. Off to the next one. So I guess not. I don't know what she's wearing. I didn't laugh at you for saying that. And they were cleared when they were cleared. And after they were cleared, we all knew that. You pretending you knew they were cleared doesn't mean anything. It has nothing to do with it. No, you just guessed that they were cleared. And then he came forward and said they were cleared. And we don't even know if they are cleared. Hey, thank you, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. And I don't even know who you are, Reverton. I don't even know who you are. I've never even seen you before in my life. You're probably one of the guys that got the freebie memberships. Couldn't care less if you were here or not, probably in your own mind. Let's see. Hey, thanks, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. Oh, and look at Wild Bill Wassman is doing another challenge attempt. So he's looking. Now we just need 4 more gifted channel memberships, and he'll match with 5. So thank you very much there, Wild Bill Wassman. That's very kind of you, man. Appreciate it. Just wondering where everybody else is. Hey, we got Charisse Rodriguez. Oh, and then look at that. Saturn Dreaming of Mercury jumped in there with 5. That was very kind of you, too. Thank you. Excellent. Awesome. All right, we got a, if you click on the StreamYard link at the top of the screen, you can come on and tell us your theory. Just not calling in to tell us that the blood was squirted out of a turkey baster. All right, we won't take those. Hey, thank you, Sassy Squatch and Bengal Cat Chili. Bengal Cat Chili. Oh boy! Oh, is that the chili? Do you sell chili? Is that what you were talking about? Let's see. And thank you guys, and thanks Sassy Squatch. Earlier you did a couple more. I saw those. I think I was in the middle of a conversation. Sassy Squatch, and then we had Wild Bill Wassman and Bruce Holdaway, and then oh, geez. And there's Wild Bill again, and then I will, let's see. I'll do 5. And here we go. Right there. Oh, yeah. I think I would get canceled if I sold cat chili. Like literally made of cat, you mean? Yeah. That probably wouldn't go down too well. Hey, I'm going to do my hypocritical story again. You ever seen those people, usually PETA types, hard lefties? Not to say, if you're a lefty watching, don't get offended. But they're watching, on YouTube or something, or Facebook. They'll find a wounded bird on the ground, a bird that's just kind of barely, and they'll bring it into their house and they'll feed it a worm and give it something to drink for days and days. And they're so proud of themselves, virtue signaling all the way about how they're nursing this bird back together. All the while, there are cats outside killing 19 birds a day, So these people, they don't tell you that part. They'll bitch about you. If you say, well, why do you have a cat? Why do you let your cat outside? It'll just sit there and kill birds all day. And they go, well, because that's what they do. That's their natural thing. Well, you know what? House cats are not natural. Okay, they are not natural. A bobcat, a cougar, etc. But you put out a cat on the street, and it's going to sit there and wipe out birds. I used to have a hummingbird. I still have hummingbirds, but I had this nice little feeder, and this hummingbird came up, and my neighbor's cat jumped up and went, yeah, and he almost killed the damn thing. After they moved in, they weren't here, and they move in with their godforsaken serial killer outdoor cat that they let out roam the neighborhood, and I can't enjoy the birds anymore. Now, I don't have anything against cats if you keep them indoor, okay? Because that's where they should be, not roaming the streets, torturing birds, etc. Okay? They do great for getting rid of rodents, you bastard. My cat is, here we go. We're going to get the whole damn thing. No, there's everybody out here. People have cats and they just let them roam outside, I don't think that people should do that. And in fact, it's dangerous for your cat because coyotes will just rip them to shreds. Those coyotes literally trick cats and trap them, and it's crazy. I think cats should be required to be indoor animals unless you live on a farm or something. You live in a town, a city, they should stay inside the whole time. I can't stand it when they're outside walking around, creeping, getting right behind a bird thing, and they're just waiting and watching. I just go, and they're like, screw you, Gray. I was about to get that bird. And I go, exactly. That's why the hell I got you out of there. Right. You see? Yeah. Mine kills rodents, Gray. Yeah. And 19 birds the same day. All right. What did the birds ever do wrong? Well, mine kill a specific type of bird, right. You've trained your cat to kill an invasive species of bird, right? Good job. Way to go, huh? You're awesome. Yeah. I think cats should be indoor animals only unless you live on a farm or, a big piece of property or something, whatever it is, if you're really trying to do rodent stuff. But man, when you let them around in the cities, you wonder where all the birds went. Well, look how plump some of these cats are, huh? Yeah. All right. There you go. So thank you guys up there for doing the let's see, what is it? Rodents, you bastard. Yeah, maybe unlock the door. We were talking about that earlier, Zozo. Maybe. Oh my God, you're actually communicating with the troll nut job who thinks that somebody sprayed blood on the ground. My God. Wow. Let's see. But I got the baby blue jay back to his mother. It was heart-wrenching. Yeah, see, there you go. See, that's exactly what they would do. You know, you see the final video, and look, here would be the greatest video in the world. You see this, the beautiful music playing in the background, and how they're nursing the bird back to health. And then you put it on the ground, and it starts hopping. It takes its first flight. It's about 3 feet in the air, and her own tabby goes up and just grabs it out of the air and eats the whole thing. I mean, wouldn't that be amazing? After all those weeks of nurturing that bird back to health, your loving serial killer cat jumped up and smoked it. Of course, you'd edit that out of the video, wouldn't you? Yeah, you know that, right? Yeah, you pan over with the camera, and all of a sudden, oh, you know, my battery ran out. I don't think so. I think it... No, that guy's a crazy person. I'm going to delete them from the channel. Yeah, they're a conspiracy nutter, you know. Yeah, I think when they dropped, like we were saying, we said it earlier in the show, like when the brother-in-law gets there, he may have, you know, if he's still involved somehow, maybe, you know, when he lets his mother-in-law out into the garage, maybe he walks her to the door in the garage that lets her into the house, and he says, I'll shut the door behind me of the garage. But then he goes out that side door and unlocks the side door in the garage, then shuts the garage door, and then allows somebody to come in later. And they just broke the floodlights. Yeah, I don't know, Reaver Town, but you're acting like a crazy person in here. If you start talking about how the blood on the ground was planted, you're a nut job, and we're not doing that in here. Okay. I'm not yelling. I just think your comment is way out of line to sit there and say the blood was planted on the doorstep there. It's insane. Okay. You can see that it's expirated blood. It isn't just droplets. If it was droplets, I might go, well, you know, it's hard to say. The interview. Oh man, he's actually referencing that person you don't like, Zozo. The one, you know. You know, the YouTuber that planted the glove? Remember that guy? That's what he's talking about up there. Let's see. I don't know if you can see my screen, but what do you think of this right here, Zozo? Check it out. Watch. So right here, you go opens the garage door right there, and then walks the. I mean, I know they've all been cleared, whatever, but let's say they're not really cleared because he changed his mind today. He said they haven't been named suspects. So let's say he walks her over to here where there's a door that goes into the house, right? And then so he opens the garage door at 9:48, walks her over to the door here. She goes inside, he says goodnight, shuts the door. Then he goes over here, and instead of going out there, he walks over there, unlocks this door. Then he goes back into the garage, comes out, and then shuts the garage door, gets in his car, and he drives home. Wouldn't that be interesting if that's how it went down? Right there. Oh, wow. So what happened when the dove was tossed at a funeral? A bird got it? I mean, a cat got it? What did you think of that one there, Zozo? Why is people? Another troll. Another troll. All right. See you later. I didn't ask them for that. I didn't ask them to come in and throw out conspiracy theories, Danielle. Why don't you go do something else? Never seen you before in my life. Another freebie. Membership getter, obviously. I think family would have a key. Right. But why not just unlock the door while you're there and then take off? If you give somebody a key, it might seem kind of weird. Why would he unlock the front door? I don't get it. They went in the side doors. It was 9:48. The garage door opens. 9:50 it shuts. So that's how she got back in. There's obviously a door. You know how garages that are connected to homes have a door that go into the house? Yeah. Yeah, I'll say it again. I dismiss the idea that Nancy never made it home. It's pure insanity. If you think Nancy never made it home, you're a dumb person, okay? And I'll say that 15 times in a row. If you want to believe the crazy YouTuber saying that, then you go right ahead. The information we have, you don't think that they wouldn't know that Nancy, her pacemaker was connected to her phone, and they know where her phone was using the CAST system and just being able to track her cell phone. It was at home. They would know that. It's obvious. And then it stopped communicating. And her cell phone, listen to this. Her cell phone was left at home on the, I don't know if it was the dresser or whatever, but her watch is in there too. And then it stopped connecting to that watch and phone as she's being removed from the home. How do you guys not see these things? It's so, it's so simple. God. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he opened the door right then. I mean, he could have, I guess. And I mean, then what were they doing in the backyard then? Because the camera picked them up back there. And that was at 2:12. I don't know. I've thought about the front door, after removing the camera, did they go through the front door? That just doesn't seem really likely because it's the front of the house and more visible if somebody happened to be driving by. The back of the house is where you would probably normally go in. I think he removed that one because he knew he was going to be using it to exit the house. But I guess we might not ever know the answers. Yeah, so the phone, watch, and pacemaker were all at home. So yes, if I am one of the only YouTubers that is dismissing that, then I'm absolutely happy to do so. I'll keep doing it over and over and over again. I think it's pure insanity to believe that she never made it home. It makes no sense at all. And they know that she made it home because they have her cell phone data. If she didn't make it home, they would have already arrested the family member, okay? They would have already arrested him. And that would obviously make it into probable cause. I don't care if he says it. If he says it, he's wrong too. See, the problem is a lot of these places don't know the cases as well as the rest of us do. I've already put it all together. I got it all, Well, maybe that's just where she liked to go in. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, why not drive around to the front and walk her in, I guess. But maybe this one, maybe it was set up so where he could drive in and make it all the way to the door. It's flatter, maybe. There's no steps. I don't know. Maybe she had a reason to go through that way. Maybe it's closer to where she wanted to go in the house. It doesn't not make sense. It's just maybe you don't think it makes as much sense as going into the front door. It doesn't not make sense. I mean, I've dropped people off where they want to go through their garage too. Like on dates or, dropping a friend off. They go, hey, let me off here. And they go through the garage and they go inside the house. They don't go through the front door. In fact, you've seen those homes where people hardly ever use the front door. They use the side doors, etc. So for me, it's just like, yeah, you know, it might make sense. It might not. It doesn't not make sense. I don't know. I mean, the door being really heavy. I don't know. I mean, they're usually balanced pretty well where you just kind of push it open, you know. We don't have to time out this person up here. I'm not sure. Let me. It's just, you know, it gets old. Let's do 1 minute. Oh, they were already back in. Oops, sorry about that. No, that doesn't make any sense, Rivertown. Ha ha! Also dropping her off in the garage means Nancy not on camera. What a coincidence. Sure. Thank you, Saturn dreaming of Mercury. And why you go to the front door? I just think the front door was where he knew he was going to be taking something out that front door and disabled that camera. Now, it is possible he went in using the front door and then maybe later went out the backyard for some reason and set off that motion camera at 212. But I don't know. I think the idea of him breaking the camera and then waiting a while to see if any cops show up, then going through the back, knowing he's going to be coming out the front with Nancy. You know, he probably couldn't. I would say this, like this fence that's right here, he probably figured he wasn't able to break it without making a lot of noise. So he's not going to be able to get Nancy over this wall here. So he may have climbed over this one, and that's what set off the motion sensor at 212. Then he goes inside the house, confronts Nancy, and eventually right around 228, he's taking her out and then putting her into his vehicle that he placed here at about 210. You know, he put his car right there after waiting away from there. If two perps then make some sense to me, huh? I mean, the only thing that's kind of, you know, like, okay, he goes at 147, he's got his backpack and his gun, but then I have him waiting for the cops. So he may have, you know, of course, you're still going to be armed if you're a criminal like that and have your gun. So maybe his car might be over here, but he may have waited just somewhere in, you know, back over here somewhere. He could have just, you know how law enforcement was looking over here? Maybe he just waited on the side of the house. It's not on this property. So you're just kind of like back in here and you wait 20 minutes or so to see if the law enforcement shows up. But then after they don't show up, then he goes back and just quickly gets his vehicle wherever it was parked, then drives right back over here at about 210, parks it, gets out of the car. Then he goes over here, hops over the fence, 212, picks him up, motion, no video, didn't pay subscription, then goes into the house here. Maybe the door was unlocked, or maybe it was just, you know, maybe it was unlocked by somebody else, or maybe he picked it. Who the hell knows? Or maybe he went in over here. We don't know exactly how he got in the back, but apparently they said, remember how they said the back door was wide open? And that could mean that he went through the front and then later it went out the back, blah, blah, blah. It just goes on and on. We don't really know. Hey, thanks, Saturn dreaming of Mercury. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Hey, Wild Bill Wassman, I want to say thank you for your extra efforts helping support the channel. It was nice. And also Saturn dreaming of Mercury. You've helped out quite a bit tonight, so thank you. And everybody else too, but just wanted to say thanks. Yeah, I figured it accidentally. Somebody gave him. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that odd. Why did two people need to drive the mother-in-law home? I don't think it's odd at all, especially it's only 4 miles. He probably went, I'll do it. And maybe, you know, I wouldn't surprise me at all if he's part of it. But saying that the blood is staged is just so outlandish that you lose credibility on just about everything else. So I would remove that from your lexicon. Let's see. No, it's not weird that the son-in-law drove her. I know. It isn't. It's just normal. Oh, you don't have to make up for anything. I just try my best every night. I do shows, and I hope people support the channel, and I try to, you know, ask for people. I know it gets kind of... Tonight wasn't as bad as some other nights, you know. I'm just saying, I just try to reach the goals and so forth, because we were having a pretty good month leading into now, and we just need to keep going till the end of the month. And I'm hoping to be able to, you know, try to be able to donate like 4,000 or, you know, 4,500 this month. We've already done 1,500, so it'd be cool to be able to do like 3 more. And that just kind of depends if we keep up a pace. But yesterday really was a struggle. Today is almost equal to yesterday's full day. We're doing 3 shows and a video. I mean, how crazy is that, huh? And a big part of the channel, my channel, is like we've donated $283,000 since January of 2020. Where is that? Is that this one? No, 284,612. Don't want to sell it short. $284,612 since January of 2020. And someday we might get to 500,000. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Might be a few years from now, but it is a crazy number. Hey, somebody else call in. Let's get some more callers here. We can do it. Yeah, like yesterday wasn't horrendous. It was just a lot of work. But yeah, the last 10 days, it was the lowest of the 10. Yeah, well, it's all you guys are the ones that are supporting the channel that allows us to do that too, you know. So, Wild Bill. So, very cool. Yeah, I think we've made a huge difference out there. All right. So, let's see. And we do see in some of the videos, like there's this deep tracks right here. I don't know if that was pulling in that did that. I'm sure they measured all those things. And there was also tire tracks right there. But you can even see tracks on Google Earth in there. Same thing. See right there going around. And we also know, you know, there was blood in the house. And I think that's their best bet right now to get anything. Are you familiar? Hey, by the way, up there to, hey, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, do you have a notebook or anything? Send me your address. I'll send you one. Oh, you did another one. Are you familiar with Brent Turvey, textbook writer of criminal psychology? He does good work. I've seen him on ID, but he does not have fond feelings about the FBI behavioral science unit. Nah, I haven't heard of him. Why doesn't he have fond feelings of them? He seems like he does something similar, right? Criminal psychology. Theirs is kind of like statistical based, right? Like people who do this and this and this likely have this, and this. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hey, Gray, how you doing?
Pretty good. What's going on?
Hey, well, a couple things. I know sometimes I've commented before. I've got two young kids, so I'll like be in the moment, like I'll comment and then I get pulled away. But hey, something I was thinking about this evening. She has a garage, correct? And it's connected to the
The
primary
house.
residence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Has there been any talk of whether or not she has a vehicle in that garage?
I thought she did have one. Yeah.
So,
And then
anyways,
people think maybe they used that to drive her somewhere. Somebody said.
yeah. So I was just thinking to myself, like, it's also interesting, like maybe what they didn't take, and if you were to, let's say they broke in to take things of value, yeah, maybe the car could be something traceable, and you don't want to accept that risk, but let's say something went wrong and that's why they decided to take Nancy. You could have put her in the car in the privacy of that garage with the door closed and got her out that way. I find it interesting that they didn't do that or take a vehicle from the house.
Yeah, but I think they did. I think they looked at a vehicle at the house. Like there was a vehicle in the house. Somebody said the other day, I thought it was I don't know. I'm not sure I 100% believe in it, but it's like they thought maybe the killer, they were just there on foot, like a regular breaking and entering.
Sure.
And they go in there, and then there was a problem. And then so they used her car to drive her somewhere, did something to her and then dumped her, or, unfortunately, that's what this scenario would be. And then drove all the way back, put the car back in the garage. They were fully gloved and everything. And then they just walked back wherever they came from walking earlier, which isn't really, it's not a horrendous theory, it's kind of.
No, it's not. It is interesting that they, with all of the different Ring doorbells and different security cameras, that they at least haven't alluded to a vehicle, or even a vehicle passing down the road at that odd time of night, from what I understand, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was, what do you mean?
Yeah, so it's like, hey, everybody check your video camera.
Oh, right.
Well, actually, the way I was introduced to you was a case. It was the one where the janitor had found, noticed that guy was suspicious and he shot up that house. And you were watching the footage and you noticed, like, through the brush, there was a movement of a person. I would think that they would at least pick up, like, just trace lights of a vehicle somewhere at that time of night throughout this neighborhood. And there's been no report of such activity of a vehicle.
Yeah, well, that's they're not reporting it, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they have on some cameras they see lights through the trees, and they kind of, and then maybe they track that and they get a little bit better picture. They can tell it's a certain shape and so forth, but can't really get a great ID on it. So I think they do have something.
And direction of travel.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah, they probably have it on the main roads, like where they're out near there, and then they go backwards to see where it can come from. And at that point, they just need to have lights through the trees, because if you have a car going out, let's say it pulls out on a road, a main road that has a really camera, and then you can go back into surveillance shots on the same street that it pulled out from, and then just even if it's through the trees, it's going to be the same vehicle because it's at 2:30 in the morning, and you can track it backwards and see where it goes. But it's so brutal out there, so dark, so many bushes and shrubs, and the houses are sort of up off the ground, and then the streets down below, and it's just absolutely the worst scenario you could have for surveillance cameras.
Agreed. It is, yeah, it is unique by the landscape in that respect, just from what I've seen from the various footage. versus like my house here, I've got clear footage of the street in front of my house. Not these weird cactuses and thick bush that would obscure any
Yeah.
kind of recording.
So what are your hold on one second. Hey, thanks Marty out there for the coffee. So what do you think about like what's your theory on the case?
You know,
it's a hard one, isn't it? Because it's just
it is a difficult one. When you consider, you know, it being Arizona and close to the border, and it seems to be like they get a lot of transients in areas of the country where you've got temperate weather during the winter, right? So you see somebody with a backpack, and that's not unusual. So if it was a crime of opportunity, and like let's say someone was on foot, decided to target that house, and then let's say they used the vehicle to get rid of the body and brought it back and then left on foot. um I thought that could have been the case initially, and now I don't think that's the case anymore.
Yeah.
You
Kind
know
of it's an
there's
interesting theory though.
It is very interesting, and it would be one that would be difficult to trace. Especially if it was someone who maybe didn't even have a cell phone, bad on down on their luck at the time or something. um then I'm kind of leaning maybe towards like someone who's done this before, whether it's actually part of an organized network or not. um I think you'd kind of have to be bold in this. And the reason that I kind of lead toward someone's done this before is like they knew they were going to do this. If you kind of look at their equipment package of their, it appears that maybe they just purchased the backpack, the holster, and kind of slapped together, the equipment to do this. Um, so had they been locked up before or whatever and gotten out and did this, in a time of need or something like that, I guess the equipment to me makes me think that they had thought ahead to do this, right?
Yeah, except they forgot to think ahead about, boy, how am I going to disable that camera? Hey, I know, a weed.
Yeah, that's what makes me think like, maybe it's someone who's done it before, but they're just kind of like
just so casual, but like they could just deal with it. Yeah,
you're shooting from the hip a little bit. You had mentioned the other night, and I thought this was a really good point. What's in that backpack? And there was the theory that potentially you had bags in there.
Yeah, to get rid of
to get other things out of there, and that makes sense to me. I was trying to study the straps from the pictures of like, could we kind of determine the load of the pack as far as what might be in there? Another thing too is like it looks full, in my opinion. And you don't see anything like protruding.
Right, it's even open at the top. It's even open at the top, the bag. Did you see that?
Which would kind of fit the theory of like you have other empty bags in there,
Yeah, like you
versus
just
like a
stuff
club
together.
or
Right, like you just
or maybe
stuff
not.
It's pretty tight. I mean, it is weird. Like, so it makes you think he's either going to bring a ridiculous amount of loot out of there, or he's using that backpack's filled with other items that were just really for getting Nancy out of there. Like he had. I mean, who knows what's in there? Just prepared for anything, I guess.
And I think that backpack being full is kind of what led me to think that it could be like a transient. You just got what's on your back,
Yeah, except he didn't have it on this shot right here though. So that means he was able to store it somewhere. Why did he take it off? Like a transient that was breaking in, he'd just always have it on, but he had it off. I mean, I could see him not, taking the gun off, but why would he take the backpack off unless he had a car? And that's really because I think he removed that camera because he was moving the car to that front area, and that would be the reason. Because I mean, you might ask yourself, this guy's got a balaclava on, he's got a jacket, he's not scared when he walked up that the camera would film him because he's got he's got, here's the thing, he's got all that gear on. So then you say, well, why the hell did he need to then cover that camera? What was it? And then you go, well, because he parked a car there, and that could be identified on a camera, and that's the only reason that you would have to have done that. He could have left it on. He could have taken, Nancy's not there, so they know she was abducted. So why does he care if that's on camera, as long as he's not identified? What he would be nervous about would be if his vehicle was spotted on that camera, because that could be identified. I think that's really, for me, that's, it's hard for me to get away from that being the reason that he disabled that camera, is that he didn't want his vehicle or the vehicle that he's driving to be identified on camera.
Okay, so that makes me think of a couple things. And you've mentioned like him kind of staking the place out and like hiding out and making sure like there's no activity, like letting things settle down. Okay, was I noticed? I'm gonna hide in these bushes for, let's give it 5-10 minutes. Okay, I'm in the clear. So now I've like built up a bit of confidence, like just in the way he's walking, and he doesn't seem like he's scared. He thinks he might be clear. What's your thought on, is this the initial encounter with the residents, or is he maybe already walked around the property at this point? Has he been into the property, and is he coming around back to the front door? What's your
this
theory
one,
on that?
well, this shot right here, you're talking about this shot right here?
Yeah,
or just in general? Well, I think this one is before.
Okay.
Like, I think this one is at like 140 or something. And, and then or maybe even 135 or something. And then he goes back to his vehicle that he has parked somewhere on a side street. And then he gets his backpack, etc., because he doesn't want his car there when he's disabling the camera or blocking it or whatever. So if he blocked it, interestingly, then he probably wouldn't think that an alarm would go off, but he might think that somebody inside saw it, or it set off a, like when you have a Ring camera, it sets off a motion. It'll give you a notification. Yeah. So he probably thought that once he destroys the camera or does the little thing with the plant, that it'll set off a notification and somebody might call the police. So right after he does this, he then fades off into the background, and he waits for like 20 minutes or so. And that's after he came back. So first he shows up, looks at it, then he goes and gets his backpack, and he gets the gun, and he goes over here and he disables the camera. But then he's like, okay, somebody might respond to this. And then he waits 20 minutes somewhere. And when he saw nobody, it's really dark outside. There was no sirens. There was no lights. Nothing was showing up. He then got in his vehicle and he drove it into the driveway and parked it just behind where this guy is right here in this picture out there. And the camera's disabled now. Then he goes through the back, he goes inside the house, and then he eventually takes her out the front and puts her in the car that you cannot see because it's not on, there's no camera to see it anymore. So that's how I envision it. Now, it could be something totally different, but I'm using all the facts, putting it all together in something that's rational.
That makes me think of something. So if you don't have any footage of the vehicle, throughout the neighborhood, you could also determine like, okay, we know this house has security and it picks up a vehicle at night. Did the guy go to the extent of like, I don't even know if you can turn the lights off on a modern vehicle anymore. I think mine always has like the running lights on or whatever. Was it, I guess what I'm saying is like, you could determine like, hey, if somebody drove past this security system at night, it would have detected a vehicle, right? So he didn't go down this road, right? You could process of elimination. I wonder if that has been done as well. Not only did we not see him, but we know if he would have been here, we would have seen him.
Yeah, no, I think they have. I think they've done all that, and that's kind of why I think they keep looking around in the area. Haven't you thought that's weird that they keep having people looking around inside? Basically, if you were looking at the map and you went up in the air, they're just kind of looking around in the sort of sealed in neighborhood where there's a main streets, and then just sort of right in, this general area right here. They're not looking over here, over there, over there, over there. They're just right in there. And even those people that they detained the other day, they're in that same area. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
You know, what made him think of that? Or, you know, I guess we'll have to wait and see. A lot of people think that there's a connection, that those people are still in play. Yeah, some of it makes
it does
sense.
seem that way potentially, or they're not ruled out.
Yeah, and it seems like they really. I mean, one of them was a drug dealer at some point. And, you know, I don't know about the relationship with the Guthries or whatever, but
now when you look at this and all these houses in this area, going back to like where you could rule out, like, hey, if they drove down this road at night, we would have seen them. There's so many houses there, and we talked about the landscape. I can't believe that there wouldn't be a house maybe on every road that would at least pick up a light. Just the way modern security is.
Might do a light, but I guess, you know, sometimes those cameras don't go off on just a little light moving through the trees.
That's true.
You know, so that's one of the problems. If it was a car on the street, it would pick it up. But sometimes there isn't enough motion to make it activate, especially if they don't set it for like really sensitive. You know how you do that on the cameras?
Absolutely. I've done it on mine. And then if it's too sensitive, I back it off. And then I wouldn't have detected it.
Because you get like a mosquito, like, oh,
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
and everything, you know?
Or spiders like to set mine off here in Iowa.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are cool, though, those videos. I like that.
Right. They are. So, yeah, I mean, I could see that as well. Like, you know, you don't set up your zones or the sensitivity. You don't want to wake, you know, you don't want the false alarm. But I would think there's somebody, like, I know for a fact I have a neighbor who's got every car going down this road on his security camera, you know. And he would do that regardless if it was waking him up at night. He would not let that go. So you would think that they did that. But if they didn't and they're listening, do the process of elimination. But now, with the time that's gone by, what have they lost? I don't know. I think my security system
I think they've
30
collected.
days.
I'm pretty sure that they canvassed every single home, got every surveillance that exists, and they've been analyzing it and probably have put together. I bet you they've even seen what vehicle they think she was removed, but they just don't get like she was abducted with, but they don't have a very good picture of it. They see it though. They can see the light or part of the car go by, but they can't say, oh, that's a Ford Taurus or something, you know?
Right. Not a proper silhouette to identify or narrow it
But
down.
I bet you they've seen it, and they've seen it moving around, and then they don't see it where they think they should see it, and they're thinking, man, you guys need to look in these areas here because it doesn't seem to exit over in an area. But I've heard other people say that there's some of these cameras don't even work in some of these areas on the main roads, so they were useless. And if they had pulled out there, you wouldn't even know where they went or anything.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you know, there was I mentioned this the other night, and I know you've said it. Why'd they take her? You know, if they say, you know, they've changed the story. Was it a kidnapping, a planned kidnapping, or they just wanted to go in there and rob the place? You know, the one other scenario I thought of is, you know, I remember my grandma about that age. Would she have fought back? But she might have scratched you. She might have scratched her face. Did they think in that encounter, if they injured her to an extent that, hey, she's got my DNA under her fingernails. She got me even though I've got all this clothes on. She got my face. And that not enough for where I would drip blood. But I don't know. And at the same time, are they really thinking in that manner? I don't know that would be motive enough in that scenario. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around the motive.
yeah. Well, that's the knowing why she was removed from the house might be the answer to the case. Yeah. The problem is because that's the outlier that always is a stump. You know, it's like it's a stumbling block. Like you always go, yeah, it was a robbery gone wrong. Yeah. But why'd they take her? You know, robbery went wrong. He was gloved up could have punched her in the face or whatever, and then, oh man, something went wrong, and she was bleeding, and you take her with you.
Doesn't make any sense because,
and then you abduct her, and then you hurt her so bad that you can't get a ransom. So that kind of doesn't make sense either, to be that reckless with somebody that's 85 years old. Should have been easy to control her, and I don't know.
Okay, that a couple things. They thought there might have been a locksmith. So they wanted to take a look at the safe. Here's another thing I did consider. Did you take her with because she wouldn't give you her PIN? Were you gonna try to get her to withdraw money?
Yeah, but they didn't. So they didn't do any of
But
the
they
things that
didn't.
you would normally do. Like you
Yeah.
see this all the time. They were taken to an ATM machine, they had to get the PIN, and then even these elderly people. I actually just covered, went over these old newspaper articles, and they didn't do any of those things. They didn't do any of the things that you. I mean, if you said a ransom that went wrong, that almost makes sense. Like they tried to take her out to get a ransom, but due to her failing health and her, sort of being maybe combative and got punched or something, she really took a downturn. Once they got her in the car, she passed away. Maybe something happened with her heart or something on the way to wherever they're going, and they just didn't. Now they have nothing. They didn't get any loot. They have no way to prove of life, so they've probably put her somewhere, and I think the family might think that that's why they were trying to get them to just say where her body was so that they could have peace.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, at what point do mission abort, or where your off ramps are, if your initial intent was to go in there and rob the place, not take a hostage or a kidnapping or planned ransom, there was plenty of off ramps, in my opinion, in this situation. So I'm still bewildered by taking her. It doesn't make it's a high risk for a potentially super low reward, in my opinion, to pull that off in a manner that made sense, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Anyways. All right, Gray.
Well, that was cool. Good conversation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Yep. Have a good night. Well,
you too, man. Call again
all right.
sometime.
Well, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, I just think it's why wasn't she filmed when she left? It's because she didn't pay her bill too. So that footage might exist on Google, and they're gonna have to remove it. But it wasn't readily available, and so they're still doing the same extraction attempts. They probably prioritize some other time frames, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's more video at some point. Maybe her getting into the Uber car, or walking down her driveway to get into the Uber, or going out of her garage to get into the Uber. She might have said, hey, pick me up on the garage side. They pull in, then she gets in there, and then she gets a ride. And then also when she got home, that would be on the same camera if there's one on the side of the house there. Like, for example, there's apparently a camera right here, right there. So when the car came around and she was dropped off or picked up, that camera should have picked up the motion, but again, she hadn't paid the bill, so it's available to be written over. And since there's more motion, easily that could have been written over. And then later on, somebody else shows up. You guys still here? There's like nobody's chatting. Getting slow, you guys. It's getting slow. I know they're Google's looking. That's what I said. They do have they we don't know if they have more footage because Google's still looking. That's what I'm saying. I said that. Let's see. The flowers obviously fell. What do you mean? I don't get it. How come there's no footage of Nancy leaving the house? The flowers obviously fell. The flowers were never, the guy put them there and they didn't work. So then he broke the camera off. He was trying to block the view of the camera. That didn't work, so then he broke it. Yeah, she left way before that, though. I mean, that was at 1:47 in the morning. She left at 5:30. So maybe there is footage. They're just probably not prioritizing. I mean, they should try to get every single footage from 5:30 all the way till 2:30 in the morning. Or even later, like 3. See if there's anything else. I wonder what tomorrow the sheriff will say that's different than today. That was funny when Megan Kelly said, yeah, now he's saying they haven't identified the family members as being involved instead of now saying they're cleared. So that matches what I was saying before when I thought when they were saying, we haven't identified any suspects. That's exactly what I thought he was saying. You just haven't said their name. Remember when I said that on here? You just haven't said their name yet. What are you talking about? Reavertown? Are you like from an hour ago? Who are you talking to? Man, your brain doesn't work very well. If you make another comment like that, you're going to be removed permanently. Okay? All right, thanks. What do you see? Look at, see how these are trolls in here. What are you guys talking about? Like, what is Vaz Calm talking about? Who are you? God, you sound like a lunatic. Get out of here. My God, I don't have time for that. Let's see. You don't need to be here. Yeah, I mean, it's just weird, these crazy comments these people make. I think they're part of a little crew. They weren't getting enough attention. I was just on a call for 45 minutes. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know if that's true or not, Ashley. I tried looking that up on ancestry sites. I didn't find anything like that. Now, whether or not those two people are involved, I don't know. They seem to still be sort of interested in them, but I don't think they're related or anything. Isn't that sad that people make stuff like that up? I looked it up on, I did it just the way they do it, man. I used newspapers.com. I went back on the family tree, found the like grandparents, the parents, etc. Then I went into, like, I found the way it would be related would be, I think it was Nancy's. She has 2 brothers, I think. So it would be one of the brothers. I think it was one of the brothers' married daughter or something. I mean, I can't remember exactly what the connection was, but when I was working through it, I knew what I was looking at. I didn't find anything like that. I didn't even find the name of the person that they said last name was Guthrie. And by the way, why do you leave let comments like Vaz Calm's comments up there, you guys? Man, you gotta get rid of those trolls quick. Let's see. And who was I talking to that they were responding to? No, I had to delete the second one by Boz. I was the one that did that one. He made a second one. And then who was I talking to that Reaver Town's talking about? What are they referring to? Well, it's as dead as a doornail in here. So I'm going to go ahead and get going, you guys. Whenever you ask, you're talking and the chat rate is 0. It's just everybody's asleep and they somehow still have the video open. So thanks, Lisa Valenzuela, Mountain Man, and Marty's Bar and Grill for the coffee there. I don't even know what I said to you. What did I say to you? I didn't say anything to you. I didn't say a word. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Yeah, we know all those names and everything, Ashley. It's just, we don't know if they're connected or anything. Walmart's a pretty popular place. I guess I didn't know that they were arrested in a Walmart parking lot. Hey, you just arrived, but man, we've been on here for 3 hours and 48 minutes. Show filled with trolls and nut jobs. I actually don't even know what they're referring to. Who I was just talking to the caller, and then Zozo was saying, "How come there's no footage of Nancy leaving the house?" And then I explained why. I mean, that was it. And all of a sudden, there's these troll comments in there. Oh, jeez. They're just filled with trolls in here. Nobody's yelling at the mods. I said we need to get rid of the troll comments like yours, dipshit, right after you make the comment. You're so stupid. If I was yelling at the mods, you would have heard me yelling on the screen. You sound like a moron. Wouldn't you be able to understand if I was yelling or not? You'd hear it, right? Wow. Unreal. Oh, that must be the same person. Let's get rid of both of them. See how that's a Reaver Town and then River Town? That's the same person. All right. See ya. Thanks for blowing your cover, man. Hey, see you later. And go to the other one and see you later. You'll never be typing again until you create your other account. See that? They had 2 accounts. That was pretty funny. How dumb. All right. Anyways, thanks a lot to... We've got... Oh, I can do it over here. We had Joel Burnt. Then Wild Bill Wassman. And then we had Bengal Cat Chili, which is Raven, the New Zealand Australian guy. Joel Burnt gifted 1. Then For Mr. Crowley gifted 1. Then we had Allie Cake, as in I'll eat cake. Sorry you're not feeling good there, Michelle. Oh, wait, looks like some calls came in. Okay, let's do these. Hey, what's going on? Who's this? Boston?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I was about to get the hell out of here. What's going on?
I just had a question. According to your timeline, how long was the perpetrator in the house with Nancy?
16 minutes.
Okay.
Doesn't that make
That's a
more
lot
sense?
shorter.
Doesn't that make more sense than 41?
That's what I heard today on a different channel. They said like 41 or 45.
Well, that's what they say. Yeah, because they don't think, I'm not saying that's not possible, but I think it makes more sense that it's only 16. That's why there was motion detected on a camera outside at 2:12, because that's actually the time they entered the house.
Yeah, because I was just gonna, if it was 45 minutes, based on what the other thing I was listening to, what they were saying is like, if it's a cat burglar or whatever, that's a very, very, very long time to be in the house for that type of thing. Usually, that type of person would want to get in and out because they don't want to get caught. But I didn't know. I haven't been listening tonight that long. I didn't know that your window was 16. They were saying that like he broke the thing in the front and then knew he was going to exit out the front and went around back and entered.
That's what yeah, they get that stuff from me. I mean, that part I've said from the beginning, that they knew they were coming out the front. They didn't want their car to be seen on that camera. So then they go out through the back, except there was no motion on those cameras in the back until 2:12. So how would they have done that? How would they have been inside already? It just doesn't make any sense. So unless they went to the front door somehow and went outside for some unknown reason, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, 16 minutes.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Just I talked to you yesterday and I was saying how my theory is that it was like
okay. This is where, if you come to my channel, this is where you get the actual rational coverage, where we actually figure out what's going on, not the other crazy nut jobs. All right, so you should be hanging out over here. All right.
I'm at work all day. I'm doing my trip home, so.
Yeah.
But the 45, if it were 45 minutes, it would have fallen in line with what I was thinking, which was they had, fantasies about Nancy and their local.
Yeah.
And that's why they would have been there so long. But I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if it was a sexual thing, maybe that was, then maybe that makes sense. But I don't know. 16 minutes makes more sense to me, just of all the other theories that there are. And even 16 minutes is enough for even if it was a predator like that. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I only have questions.
Yeah. And well, the thing is if, so at 1:47, that's when you would have turned off the camera. So then you would, in your scenario, he'd still have to go get the car and put it in the front. So maybe about 1:52. But man, that means the car is sitting there for a hell of a long time without him knowing. So that's why my theory is he parks the car and he waits for like 20 minutes or so after he removes the camera to make sure cops aren't showing up. Then he moves the car into the front, and then he goes inside and abducts her or whatever happened, but it was a 16-minute window. That makes more sense to me, but I don't know. So, I mean, it could be the 41 minutes.
So you think he was kind of like preparing the area for them to take her out the front, and that would be why they would have broken the floodlight?
Well, that was just going in, so maybe they were thinking break the floodlight so somebody couldn't see him, from another place. Because if the lights are on, you can kind of see through the trees and so forth. If you're a neighbor or somebody, I don't really know. The floodlights are in the back of the house. I think that's the time frame 2:12 when those floodlights were broken and picked up on camera right then.
Okay.
So anyway.
Is the car in the driveway, is that like a confirmed thing?
No, but doesn't that make sense? You would, because if you're going to take her body out of there, you got to get it into a car quick. So you'd pull it up.
I don't know, because none of the case makes sense.
And that's why they removed. Well, it does. A lot of it makes a hell of a lot of sense. They removed the camera from the front door so that they can pull the car up into the driveway without it being identified. And then they take her out the front door. We know that she went out there because there's the expirated blood, and then she's put in the vehicle and driven away. Doesn't that make sense? Why would you want?
Yeah.
If you didn't disable the camera, then all of your work of putting the balaclava on, your gloves, goes out the window because your car is right there.
It's like the license plate or something.
Yeah, right there. And it's an identifiable brand of vehicle that they could then track down, even if you couldn't see the license plate or model, is what I meant.
So do we know, were there other, there were other cameras in the area that weren't working, but do we know if there were other cameras at that house that weren't working?
Yeah, there was 2 cameras. Well, they're all working. They just weren't storing video.
Because it would be strange to me if they would break the light.
He broke the first one. And then there's cameras in the back that he probably didn't see. There's one up high. And, he didn't break those. They're up high, like especially the one around the side of the building. It's up on the roof. So he's not going to break that one. He probably got rid of
and those both point towards the rear, like towards the back of the house?
The grass back there, yeah.
Okay.
And one of them films the driveway in front of the garage. So, but I think both of those picked up motion. Well, they're not meant. They're only saying one picked up motion, but it's hard to say. I don't know which one picked up the motion, but it's one of those 2 outdoor cameras picked it up. So maybe it's the one that films the driveway, and he walked back there, jumped over the fence, and went in, and the one on the side of the building, right up in here. Maybe that one didn't pick up anything because it was faced more this way. So I don't know, but that's there's a lot of little details like that we're not going to get to figure out. But I got this other person waiting. Do you have any last thoughts there?
The only other thing I have was based off of the interview with the sheriff when he was describing what Google or whoever had to do to recover that footage. It sounds like it was recorded over, and so I don't know. I would think that it would be smart on the police's side when they go into the house and when they realize that this could be an abduction or something like that, they should immediately stop the cameras from running, like unplug it from the wall so it stops writing over.
Yeah, the other ones, because all their emotions would keep it going. Yeah. I mean, the one that was removed, the ring. Well, no, it does. Well, the thing is the Ring doorbell camera. It recorded motion. It gets sent to the cloud, and that can be written over. That's why Google's still able to access it. But the ones that are out there, they're still recording. And maybe it shows the same sectors of the drive out there on the cloud and wrote right over the top of the critical video. I guess we'll find out. They're still looking.
Yeah, that's what he was describing. He said that Google described to him how they retrieved that video, and it was like peeling layers off of an onion until you got to the valuable spot.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, cool. All right, have a good one. Boston.
Thanks, you too.
Be more discerning out there. All right, see you later. I know. People just watch whatever they want to watch. It just feels so disheartening, especially with the crazies. All right, here we go. We got Les Hunter Camp.
Hey, Gray, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Nobody can see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, God, I look dorky. Anyway,
I can see you, but you're down below.
So
you're from? Are you like from? Let me guess.
Sorry, this is
Netherlands, or
no. I'm from Prescott, Arizona.
Oh, come on, but your name though, right?
Oh, it's Leslie.
No, your last name though is from like
sorry,
Sweden or something, right?
It's German.
German. Okay. All right, go ahead. I took a guess.
Very good. Yeah, I've been watching you since Jody Arias is. So forgive me if I get too familiar and weird. I feel like I know you.
Okay, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
So, I really like your theory of Nancy Guthrie disappearing. That's a very popular. I'm sort of split between. I don't know if you would say this, but the son-in-law. Okay, that's what that seems very reasonable to me. It makes the most sense. But I also read weird stuff like they were really fond of each other, and I don't know if that's true at all. But
who was
that Nancy was very fond of her son-in-law. That
wow.
I don't know if that's true at all.
I mean, if you're talking about sexually, forget
No,
it.
no, not that. Just that they were, fond of each other. They were not at all like that. Just,
Okay, well, if they're fond of each other, then I mean, what's the?
I don't
what meaning does it have? I guess.
Yeah, I don't. Well, yeah, he could have been lying, whatever. I don't know, but the last person was was seen with her. He was the last person that was seen with her, and that is very. It's not always the case, but it's very normal to think that go there.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking that, and your Kiwi buddy Raven,
Yeah.
I remember his theory that it was like a savannah stalker that he tried to get her attention before. This got her attention. Just I don't know if that's true at all either, but it sort of makes sense. Like if he was to just take her, and that would get Savannah's attention, and the whole even if he did the ransom thing as he would be like doing it as a joke, just like a train wreck, like those pyros that start fires and go and watch it, like he's watching all the mess he caused, and he thinks it's really cool and funny. I don't know, just a theory. I don't know, because I'm assuming they're definitely like not saying, they're withholding information, so it's very hard to speculate. Could be anything, but those make more sense to me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, this is one of those cases where you're just, once you kind of have a solid theory, then it's always like, well, what about this? And then it's frustrating because there's
always wrong. I've been, it's probably been like 12 years since I've been watching y'all, and I swear to God, I cannot remember any time you've been wrong ever.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Somebody said, I did forget to bring up the makeup thing. She went from no makeup with brother and sister to makeup, and so what? I mean, so what?
Here,
I know, but so what, Raven? Come on. That doesn't mean anything, Raven.
It doesn't.
She just was by herself that day and thought, I'll only just throw a little on. She still looked like she had almost no makeup on. She probably just thought, oh, I'll put a little on. That stuff that is meaningless, man. I mean, and so what if she did? I mean, come on. Let's not overthink those kind of things. All right, so what else? What else you got?
Well, definitely that it was, intelligence based. You could not navigate that neighborhood. It would be impossible just to stumble upon that, be random. No, it had to have been someone that, like a worker or whatever, or even a friend of a worker that some worker told the friend about, like, oh, there's this woman, whatever, alone. I don't know. Someone had intelligence. Somebody knew what was going, that she was alone. I don't know though, but it's got to be something that makes sense like that.
Yeah, somebody that knew that she was alone, and
yeah.
I mean, that's why the guy with the Uber driver theory, if indeed she was supposed to stay overnight at Annie's home and just decided to go home as an afterthought, but had told the Uber driver that, then that theory is pretty decent. That maybe there's Uber driver. I mean, I think there's Uber drivers that do exactly what this person's theory is.
Most likely.
They drive people home, these elderly people or anybody really. It could be a single guy going on a trip, and the guy gets information like, well, how come you didn't bring your wife along? He goes, oh, I'm not married, I live alone. And then boom, that person has like he's working part of a crew, but he gets leads by being an Uber driver, and then he tells this other person who then goes over the house to burglarize it. I think that's something that needs to be looked into,
Yeah.
What they should look into is have a direct correlation between Uber drivers' jobs and people who have had their houses robbed, and see if there's overlap by certain drivers, because that would be really something. I think that does happen.
It has to.
Yeah. Pretty interesting thought there.
Yeah, it has to be something like that.
Not the same with the roofers.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same at all with the roofers. Yeah, somebody said that, try to make the correlation. Sure, that one house, the Uber drivers get to communicate with dozens of people every single day and have way more interactions with people that they're actually taking somewhere away from the home, and might be able to get information about how long they're going to be gone, etc. So there you go. All right.
It totally, yeah, it makes sense though. Like that could be it. It could be something totally weird, like a savannah stalker, or somebody for not inheritance. What's it called again? Life insurance. Sorry. Yeah, something but that would make sense in a weird way. I don't know, because I definitely think they don't tell everything. There's definitely like missing information.
Yeah. So what other cases you following?
Oh, well, I would love to know what happened with Missy Beavers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one. I mean, that guy walks around about the same casualness, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Or girl. That one looks like that. I always thought that was a female in that one.
It definitely could be. I'm always wrong, so my little theories are usually not, and Barraza, Elizabeth Barraza.
Yeah, the garage sale. Yeah, that one's definitely one. I have some really good videos on that one. I did one that really good sound of.
I watched
the two different angles. Yeah, that one's crazy.
Yeah.
No, they might, Zozo, but they're still trying to extract from Google. That might be their. She's saying, do you think they have more video they're not telling us about? They actually could have more video, and they're not going to show us that. And they're also claiming that they're still looking for more video. That's probably stuff that they would release, like the car pulling, a car pulling up or something like that. They might release that, but they're not going to release any footage of like her being, if there's any video of her. I don't know if there is, though, because they got rid of that camera. So I don't know.
Do you think the one that was on the roof, the camera, was like a surveillance one put there by somebody else, or she,
I thought maybe that's what they did. Is that I thought law enforcement maybe put that there to film anybody that might show up after the fact, but after they gave it back, maybe that was a ploy to film somebody. But it turns out, where like even here on Google Earth, the 3D view, you can see the solar panel and the camera in exactly the same spot back in 2024. So yeah, it was there.
Okay.
Yeah. That was a guess I had earlier, but then we debunked it within 10 minutes.
Okay, good. Yeah, that definitely like rules out the that was by some, kidnapper person that left it there to surveil her.
Yeah, hold on. I got to answer it. The DoorDash driver and the FedEx driver people is the guy that was arrested who drove down south. It has nothing to do with the person who took Nancy to her daughter's house. Okay, they're two different things. All right.
Yeah, that was
I forgot the guy's name. I don't really care. They followed him, and he was driving around in the neighborhood, and he was a Uber Eats or the DoorDash. He was a DoorDash driver, and he'd also deliver packages and so forth using a different type of vehicle. And he was interesting to them, and they followed him and they interviewed him, and currently they've let him go. And that's why they were interested in him, because he was in the area at certain times. But it has nothing to do with how Nancy got to her mother's house. That was an Uber driver. So, anyways, there you go.
Okay.
What else you got? What else you got? What else you got?
That was, made the most sense to me. There, it could be anything really, but those theories, I don't know, made the most sense to me. Like, the one where she had a stalker, it kind of, it's sort of out there, but it kind of ticks all the boxes. Like, why was she the whole that bothers me, like where she was taken, like, for, I think all those ransom things were either like, told bull, or some crazy weirdo like him, him, I'll say, it took her and just watched it, like, all these people running around like chickens with their head cut off, and enjoying it. That's how I think. That makes sense to me, though, in a weird way.
All right, man, you have so much more spunk than I do right now. I'm just like about ready to pass out. But I appreciate you calling in and watching all my shows for all those years. Put your face back up there so I can see your face, so I can wave.
Oh,
they can't see you, but I can see you. Hey, how's it going?
Hi. Sorry. You are the most generous, we'll say YouTuber, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, it's like the freaks are really generous, and so yeah, that is the one. But read Raven's comment up there, Zozo. But yeah, I mean, you guys are always supporting the channel, but that's what allows us to give. But like other channels make way more, and they don't really give anything. So I have to like scrape and claw every single night. Hey, if you could if you can help support the channel, blah blah blah, over and over and over again, and people support it, and I appreciate that. And the ones that do really know what we do here, the trolls and nut jobs that show up that cut down what we do here, are just assholes. I mean, they really don't give a damn. They never mention that at all. As a matter of fact, they always say, "Look at Gray; he's always asking people," but they never bring up the $284,000.
Exactly. You are by far the most generous, whatever YouTuber I have ever seen. It's amazing, and it's so stupid when people say stupid things like that. But I have enjoyed you, and thank you very much for taking my call, and you have a good night.
All right, well, you too. All right, well, it's good to talk to you. Thanks for watching all these years. Call back in sometime. All right. All right, thanks. Have a good one. Yeah, so let's see. Hey, thanks for calling in. What did he say up there? Bengal said the wife killed by ex while driving. Yeah, that's that one. That's Melissa Pesky on that highway. And that case should be solved, but I think they're just looking at some random shot that came in. No way. No way, man. That was either a hired hit or something like that, having somebody driving down the road and shooting through the window. I don't know. That's just what the person's theory was. But it's an interesting, that part is why I told him 867-5309. I said, I don't think there's any evidence that she was going to sleep overnight there. And if you can prove to me that she was going to do that, then your theory would make a hell of a lot of sense. But it's an interesting theory just in general for other cases out there of how things might work. And it could even be this one. I mean, it's a single person living at home by themselves. They're 84 years old, frail. And hell, he could have told somebody, hey, yeah, she lives alone, man. Good luck in there. So it's pretty interesting to think that Uber drivers in general could be, if you got I'm sure it'd be a small handful of people, but it's something they don't really do a lot of huge background checking and all this kind of stuff. It's like, hey, I got a car, I can be an Uber driver, I know what your 2 cents is, but we already kind of went over that same 2 cents, saying I don't think she even stayed overnight. I mean, I don't think that was even part of the story. I even said that earlier. Right, and then she was going to go to the church service. I wonder how she was supposed to go get to her church thing. No, she was sharp, but I think she was pretty frail physically. That's why she was on, blood thinners and stuff like that. Okay, well, then you would have heard that part then, right? When I said that it wasn't, that's not even part of the story. I told the person that if it was part of the story, then it would mean something, but it's not. So, but it's still an interesting thought, because even if she's living alone there, I think she's, if you're 84 years old, you're on blood thinners, pacemakers, you're pretty frail. Like you could hit somebody. I mean, somebody like that's just, just anything's going to be really hard on them, I think. I mean, I don't think she's like lifting weights or anything like that, It's just, I don't know. That's how I picture it anyways. Right, we know that. Online church. She was supposed to go to her daughter, Savannah, has a church in New York that she goes to. They stream. So all of the friends of Nancy go around to different homes on different weekends to watch the streaming service. That weekend, she was supposed to be at friend X's house. And I don't mean like an X anything. I just mean the letter X. And she didn't show up. So they called Annie and said, hey, your mom didn't show up. Then they drove over to Nancy's house. And within 7 minutes after getting there, they called the police because they probably noticed the same blood. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. And she couldn't walk 50 feet, that kind of thing. I mean, I just think that she wasn't in a good, mentally she was sharp though. Like 8675309 said. She was not frail mentally, let's put it that way. Yeah, I would say that. She's not frail mentally, but she's probably physically not great. But I just think that I don't know. I think just in general, it's a kind of a creepy thought, but absolutely something I think people have already exploited. That a person that they're basically surveilling the entire, like, who are the people leaving their homes? Or who's leaving their house right now? Oh, great! Hey, Jim, they're going to a movie for 2 hours. Perfect place to break into. It's crazy. I'm gonna come on that search. What? I don't see anybody. Man, I can't even see half the people. Your only comment is, I hope that makes sense. Sorry. Shady. I don't see any other comments from you, even after scrolling up, and oh man, it got shifted back to top chat after I had to reload it again. Okay, let's see. I heard today they were looking into Google search results. We already went over that. It's garbage. Anybody that ever brings up that they use Google Trends for something, I did scroll up. I had to hit live chat, as I said. It wasn't on there. So anybody that's using the Google Trends thing is a kook and a quack on the internet. Okay, if they're telling you that Google Trends is helping in some way and figuring out who searched for something, they're a quack. It's bull crap. All right. It doesn't mean anything. Immediately shun and avoid those people. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. That whole Google Trends thing is garbage. Yeah, we even did it on the show. We went through, and you can't even get the same results. Her name doesn't even show up, and that's part of the other search. And her name shows up in April. If you type in Nancy Guthrie in Arizona, in April it shows up. But then on theirs it showed up in July. And then it says, oh, well, it was January 11th. But it doesn't say January 11th. It's actually February 7th. But they said January 11th so that it could look similar to the search that they were doing just the other day when they wanted people to look at their cameras and see if anybody showed up on January 11th. It's just people are inventing stuff for clicks and views in this case. Yeah, but we've gone over the Google Trends thing. It's a trend that people are using it in these cases. It is useful to do like in the Tepe case that we were just doing. If you have access to a victim's YouTube channel, in this particular case, it was meaningful. The wedding video that they had was being watched, and you can get really specific where it was being watched from. And it goes back to the town, I guess, apparently, maybe. You can actually find the town that the killer was living in, and he was watching that wedding video. I mean, that's the theory anyways. And you can do that. If you have access to the account, you can use Google Analytics, pick a specific video, the regions, and really narrow down exactly where that video was watched from. And who in the hell else other than the immediate family of the Tepes would be watching that? So when you have somebody watching it that's living 800 miles away in the exact town that the killer lived in, it's probably likely that the person watching that was the killer, especially in that scenario where it was a jealous ex. You get it how that works? Anyways, I'm kind of grumpy, and I've been here for 4 hours now, and 4 hours and 23 minutes. Excuse me. I'm not really that grumpy. I'm just tired. And nobody's typing anymore. So, now what are you doing up this late? 8675309. You should be fast asleep right now. This turns out like the Elizabeth Smart. Wouldn't that be great? Hopefully somebody has some of the medicine. All right, so where was I at before? I already thanked, we had Wild Bill Wassman gifted 5, Jim Lawn 5, Bengal Cat, Chili. You're so mean. And I got thrown in prison, and then I got bailed out by Bruce Holdaway. And then Rampage gifted a membership, then Lori Gypsy, then Bruce Holdaway gifted 1, and then Rampage gifted 5, then Wild Bill Wassman, then Coco Love. Then Sasquatch, or Sassy Sasquatch, 1, 2 memberships. Then Wild Bill Wassman gifted 1, and then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury super chat. Then Bruce Holdaway. Oh yeah, I can put him on the screen. Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, Bruce Holdaway, then Charisse Rodriguez. Then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury again. Then Sassy Squatch. Then Bengal Cat Chili. And then we have Nancy Guthrie fatigue. It is pretty fatiguing. And then Wild Bill Wassman. And then me. I guess I gifted 5. Then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. And Saturn Dreaming of Mercury gets another 5. And then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. So thanks to you too, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, for making it tremendously helping making it a successful night. Then Ashley Nashville, then Bruce Holdaway, and then Wild Bill Wassman right there at the end. All right, I'm out. Are you mad at me at 675-309? I wasn't mean. What'd I do? Yeah, it feels like this case has been like a month and a half. And I don't know if that's, well, it's like that in a lot of cases, really. I remember the Delphi case. The first week seemed like a year. It was ridiculous. It was so long. I remember just spending all this time digging around all over the place, and it just took up so much time that eventually it just seemed like it went on for months. Yeah. Okay, good for you. Hellify. I mean, what kind of comment is that? I have something to review and analyze for tomorrow night. What is that? What do you have to review for tomorrow night? Was that what the purpose of that was? So we would ask about it? Yeah. Well, hey, good night, 8675309 out there somewhere. Anyways, thanks for being here. And thanks for all the people who called in to do the phone calls. That was fun. I like doing those phone calls. You know, especially we've had good ones, right? They're just sort of, you know, casual conversation, trying to make what makes the most sense. That's right. Put out those vibes for the 85-year-old man in Australia. I think what was it, Adelaide or something? Can't remember the name. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys later. And thanks, everybody, for helping support the channel and being here and hanging out. And that's going to do it. All right. So I guess we'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, entry point's the backyard. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you guys later. Be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, ya. Just remember, I've a temper fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody, talk to you. Well, who doesn't like that one? I gotta make an intro with this one. Boom, 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 boom. You! God, that's good. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we use logic, reason, and common sense, and those pesky facts out there to figure out what happens in true crime cases. Thank you very much for watching. And as I always say, until next time, Be safe out there. Yeah, those trolls like to sneak in right at the end. Huh? Yeah.
Bye.
All right, everybody. See you later.